The Paris Peace Forum was built in 2018 with the idea that global collaboration can be reinvented from the bottom up, and that impactful solutions already exist out there. And unfortunately, some of those solutions fall short in achieving their objective and having a systemic change in global governance. And that's where the Scale Up program comes in.
Every year, we have a call for solutions from which 60 projects are showcased at our annual event at the Paris Peace Forum. Out of those projects, we have 10 projects that are selected by a jury to benefit from the year of Scale Up support. We try to help them determine the objectives that they want to change within that 1 year with the mentors.
Le rôle d'un mentor est celui de, disons, aider à rester concentré, de dire la vérité, de créer et de faciliter des connexions, des relations et de donner des conseils.
Often the hardest part is to not just get in the room, but to know how to, who to talk to and what things and issues matter to the people you're engaging with. So our mentors were really helpful across all those things.
What was more rewarding is to see that we were able to take the SCUP project from point A to point B, supporting the growth of the project, identifying the blind spots, and helping the project leaders to make significant progress over the course of 1 year.
The Scale program has 3 pillars. So firstly, we have the mentorship, where each project is paired up with 2 high-level experts, the capacity building workshops every month, and a support from the Paris Peace Forum Secretariat.
The types of projects are very diverse and they come from all over the world.
The first day that the war in Ukraine started, we put all our regular activity on hold and we started building the digital infrastructure that was needed by the refugees coming into Romania.
Josia est un programme pour sauvegarder le patrimoine en situation d'urgence. Faire partie du Scale Up programme nous a permis de réaliser à quel point nous agissons pour la paix.
Empatia is a project that promotes the use of AI to solve public issues such as health, development, or climate change.
The purpose of the initiative is to create collaboration on environmental issues across the India-Pakistan border on issues like air pollution, water usage, and sustainable agriculture.
The Scale Up program is an accelerator of global governance solutions. We aim to help project teams be better equipped to influence and challenge governance, and ultimately help them amplify their impact and their reach.
Being recognised for the work we were trying to do to make change globally out of Africa and out of the Global South was part of what the Scale Up Award meant for us.
We've had a phenomenal year throughout the SCUP program, and I think the secret to kind of growing and scaling impact is collaboration.
To both project leaders and to experts, we ask them, please join us and get involved with the Scale program.
Bonjour à tous, good morning. This session is going to be in English. I'm very happy to be here. I'm the editor-in-chief of Politico here in France. And so we have three ministers in charge of Europe to talk about this topic this morning. Since we're a little late, I'm going to be quick. The issue this morning is about can Europe find its voice? We're facing lots of huge challenges. We're going to talk about three topics, if you're okay, about competitiveness, about security, and about values. These are three areas we would like to touch upon, and then we'll have a discussion. But first, I'm going to start on competitiveness with the German Minister for Europe. Thank you for being here. And, well, as you know, we are facing lots of big challenges on the economic side. The Draghi report identified all these challenges very clearly, but that was more than a year ago, and it seems that things are not moving so fast. So how do you see these challenges, and do you think that we are ready to take the right measures to accelerate these the reforms that we need in Europe?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and also warm welcome to my colleagues. I'm very pleased, and I feel also honored to be invited here to the Peace Forum. And second remark, I'm delighted to see a lot of young people because the future is laying in your hands. And one day when we will be in Benjamin, also you, when we are on pension, then it's your responsibility to shape and to create this Europe. Because we have only together a chance. And especially looking on the world with all these challenges we have to face. You mentioned the three topics also for our further discussion. They are connected. They are connected. Defense, like all the threat we have to face concerning our democracy, the basic of all, but also looking on our economic future. And, well, he was tough criticized, the French president, Emmanuel Macron, when he said, I think almost 2 years ago, l'Europe peut mourir, elle est mortelle. Elle est mortelle. Et il a fait, and he was right. He was right because I'm not fully aware if all the partners in Europe are realizing the challenges we have to face. Looking on the war, which will be deepened perhaps by Benjamin later on, we have in Ukraine. We have China. China not acting fair, and we are interested in good relations with China. But it has to be balanced, and our interests have to be balanced. What I mean, our Foreign Affairs Minister, Johann Wadephul, he postponed now a planned visit to China because he got not the appointments which he wanted to have, or better to say that the Chinese side was, let me say, a little bit reluctant in realizing a political program for a Foreign Affairs Minister. So let me say, it is only a symbol how Europe is treated at the moment from China. Looking on raw earths, raw materials, they are not delivered in a sufficient way. And this, I mean, also with fair trade relations. We are dependent from semiconductors. Semiconductors which are coming from Taiwan, 2/3 of the worldwide needed production of semiconductors is coming from Taiwan. This gives also a certain impact on security questions when I see the appetite of China towards Taiwan. But in this case, we are talking about chips. We are talking about the need for our automotive sector. And this is only one example where we have enormous challenges concerning our competition. We have the competition also, let me say it in a more diplomatic sense, which is tested from the United States. It is not only America first what Donald Trump is doing, it's America only. This is a difference. And what can be seen also in defense politics with other ideas he presented now recently, but especially it can be observed in trade politics. It is perhaps not a trade war, but it was a trade conflict when Trump announced higher tariffs also for European countries, and countries which wanted not to accept it. Look on Switzerland, not part of European Union, of course, but they have now tariffs from 39%. And 39%, you can be more effective in your production, but 39%, it cannot be any longer solved with prices also, and even not from Swiss companies. So you see how things challenged. And by the way, we have a framework of order, the WTO, but due to our friends in America, I think on the judges, WTO cannot work sufficiently how we desire it. We have the challenges outside European Union, but also inside the European Union. European Union is acting as a single market. And this means we have common rules, common principles, common values. We share these values. This has a huge tradition. And one aspect will perhaps deepened by you. But let me say, it is necessary that we respect also these values. We have countries inside European Union which are testing us. And why I'm mentioning it? Because it costs time. And Europe does not have the time. And we does not have the energy to take care only on ourselves. That means we have to face the real challenges of the world and the real challenges for our economy. We have changes, dramatical changes, looking also on the automotive sector, where we as not only as Germany are asking for a longer transition period of time, respecting the climate goals, and there we have the same objective. But anyway, also this is one aspect where we have to consider that our competitiveness is under a huge pressure. So only I described now the situation, and I'm looking forward to the discussion when we ask also for the solutions.
Many points on what you said. You just said that Europe doesn't have time, but do you think, and I'd like to ask your two colleagues as well, do you think that the European Commission does take into account this sense of urgency?
This is a very good question, because well, it's now our position of Germany, but I think we are not standing alone. We have to reduce bureaucracy. We have to reduce it because we have only two categories for people who are in work. We have leisure time and labor time, working time. Only these two categories. And when I look on smaller companies, but also the bigger ones, all this bureaucracy has to be handled, and it takes a lot of time, and time is money. So that means we have to reduce bureaucracy, and it's only one aspect, only one point. Otherwise, it would not be sufficient 45 minutes to discuss about it. But I have a certain wish that European Commission will understand it, but also the European Parliament. We had one decision in the last week, you know it very well, and also the excellencies which are joining. I want also to welcome the Polish ambassador who is joining the meeting. So we had one crucial decision in the European Parliament, the so-called omnibus. That means that we wanted to set a point for a huge reduction of bureaucracy, and it failed. Unfortunately, we will take another attempt now in November, mid of November, but we will see. Everybody has to face the responsibility.
Okay. You mentioned China, and I would like to ask your colleagues from Poland and France if they think that our strategy in Europe is tough enough with the Chinese, or should we move to something much tougher than we used to implement so far?
Well, thank you for the question. I absolutely agree that we need to be more assertive. It's quite clear today that China is quite often using the rules that we have set up in the past against us. There needs to be a level playing field. I'm quite sure all of us are open, and our businesses here in Europe are open to competition. But this competition needs to happen with fair rules. And when we see China subsidizing its businesses, basically creating a whole ecosystem that allows those companies to have an unfair advantage, we cannot compete that way. That's quite clear. So I believe we need to be more assertive. I also think that we need to be more united in the EU. I don't think any of the member states can today really face China on its own, especially Poland. I also think back at home we're disillusioned with this idea that we can actually gain something with China bilaterally. And our thinking today is that we need to use the EU to have a proper policy towards China. There will be a new economic security doctrine coming of the European Commission, and we really have our hopes high. I think we'll continue to have a serious discussion how to deal with China. There were some differences among us. I remember when we were voting on the additional tariffs on Chinese EVs, but we really have to find the right balance. All of us understand that this is a crucial issue today.
But when you see the American president and how they act very quickly, do you think we are too slow in Europe?
Well, if you look at Draghi's report, and we are a year from the publication, and I don't remember the exact percentage, but it's not more than 20% of recommendations. That 11, yeah, okay, so even worse. So you tell me. I mean, I think the answer is quite clear. In general, my position on China is that I don't think it's realistic to expect a complete decoupling from China. We need China on some issues. That's quite clear. But the risking, having more of this economic security approach, absolutely, we need that.
Benjamin Haddad.
First, it's really great to be here, and I welcome my two colleagues and friends to Paris and to this Paris Peace Forum, and actually to my district as well. No, look, Gunther said earlier that all these questions are connected, and we cannot talk about the sovereignty of Europe without talking about the competitiveness of Europe. Because the key issue for us today, in a world that's becoming more conflictual, more tense on a geopolitical standpoint, is to reduce our dependencies and be more able to act autonomously, not without others, not without our allies, for example, but have the ability to write our own history when you think of tech and the role that AI and quantum are already playing, will play tomorrow. And when you look at the impact of the dependency we have on social media and the information space that today is dominated by Chinese or American actors. When you look at defense, of course, where we have been increasing our defense spending quite dramatically, and I think our free countries are good examples of that in the last few years, because we had depended so much on one ally, the United States, for our security. But now the key, of course, is to invest in the cooperation between our defense industry and make sure that we lower redundancies and we are able to act together. And when it comes to economic security, it's absolutely key. I think we're getting out of a form of naivete where the European Union was the last actor that believed in the happy globalization of the 1990s. And of course, I mean, we've benefited a lot from trade, from openness, from interconnections, but we see the way this trade is either being weaponized by other actors. I'm thinking especially of the energy relationship we had with Russia, which was used as a weapon by Russia. Or we see also the fact that sometimes we're not in a level playing field. And the case of China is a very good example. When you have overcapacity in certain sectors, I'm thinking of steel, in areas which have been heavily subsidized by China, then it's only fair for Europeans to say, we want to be able to trade, and completely agree with what Ignacy just said. It's not about decoupling, it's about de-risking, it's about just being on a fair standing. Then we will also protect our industry. And we will also support our own companies so that they can compete on the same kind of level playing field. I think it's really, it's thinking, once again, getting out of this sort of naivete and thinking as a power that is able to defend its own interests. And I think this is what the change of mindset that Europeans are going through. And just on another point, on whether we're quick enough or not, we're not quick enough. We're not. We're in an environment that's accelerating, and we've only implemented about 10% of the Draghi report, which gives, I think, a very precise roadmap of where we need to be in terms of reform, simplification of our norms and bureaucracy, in cutting red tape, support of our ecosystem of innovation, et cetera, and the 10% are basically what we've been doing on the defense industry. And here everyone needs to deliver. Member States, European Commission, and the European Parliament in making sure that it's not about precipitating. I'm not sure we can compare what's being done in the US, but it is about understanding that the world is going faster, and if you don't catch up, then really you run the risk of just letting others write your history instead of you, and becoming more of a passive theater of international relations rather than an actor.
We've been living over the last maybe 30 years on the idea that free trade, globalization, etc., would bring lots of benefits. Would you say that, to be a bit blunt, but would you say that free trade is dead today?
In opposite. I think free trade is more important than ever before. What does that mean? I look on the free trade agreements. If we want really to diversify more from China, not to become independent, that would be naive, but to diversify more, we have a huge interest in realizing the free trade agreements. And no concern, I think not automatically on Mercosur, because I know in France it's a little bit tricky, but I think also on the so-called ASEAN states. We have some free trade agreements with countries of the region. We are negotiating with others. Take Thailand, for example, and well, with other states it's more difficult. But we have a huge interest, and we have also a huge interest as I want to say bigger countries inside of European Union, looking on Poland, looking on France, looking on Germany, because we are really export orientated. For us, free trade agreements, that means to have chances in the world. And we should use these chances. CETA, for example, it's a free trade agreement with Canada. It's a success story. JEFTA is the free trade agreement with Japan. It's a success story. So we have to concentrate more on it. And last remark, we should be also a little bit more carefully as Europeans, because the conditions of free trade agreements today became moving targets. What does I mean? I have a huge understanding for social rights. I have a huge understanding for environmental protection. But when I see that all these things are put on and the barrier is moving ahead, and this makes the things not easier. And now I'm also very diplomatic. So it has as a consequence that states with which we have free trade agreements today would not fulfill the conditions of free trade agreements conditions today. So honestly, we have to cancel it. No, this is a joke. But anyway, it's an enormous chance, only to give you this example, and it's our strength, because we are a united single market. We have to offer something. 450 million consumers. 450 million consumers. It's the biggest market of the world. So let us use it. And so I see the chances are higher than the challenges we have to face. It's okay, we can solve it, it's okay, but we should look in an optimistic sense in the future.
Yes, but you mentioned Mercosur. We're not aligned on the issue of free trade between our nations. What do you think? Okay. How can we be more aligned on this issue?
Well, I'm not 100% sure if we are not aligned. I think all of us appreciate the free trade and the export opportunities free trade agreements give us. There are simply some sensitivities among us, be it Poland or France. And in some agreements, we find that not all the effort has been put to protect those sensitive sectors of the economy. But if you ask us in Poland whether in general we believe in free trade agreements, absolutely. In the past, we have benefited from all the free trade agreements that the EU has negotiated. And this is also the argument that we are making internally. That even more so our frustration with Mercosur, because if this was done right, then we would be very happy to have it. But then we have a very sensitive sector in Poland, and if we go forward with that, I'm just simply afraid that people will blame not only the Polish government, but they will blame the whole European integration process. So it becomes a bigger issue then. But then again, on free trade agreement as such, we completely agree.
Benjamin?
No, I don't have much to add to what Ignacy just said. I think it's clear that we have an opportunity to diversify when you look at the economic pressure we're facing from the US and from China. And the debate these last few days on rare earth materials, for example, show that, once again, it's really critical to be able to diversify these partnerships. The key, and I'm going to repeat myself, is the level playing field, is the idea that if you trade, you want to make sure that you don't start importing products that don't respect the same norms and standards that you have set up for yourself and for your own producers in Europe, because otherwise you're exposing your own sectors. I'm thinking especially of our farmers in this case, which unfortunately have often been in a sort of adjusting variable of some of these trade deals. You're exposing them to unfair competition. So the question is, how do we modernize these trade agreements so that we set up, for example, safeguard clauses that say, well, if you have too much import in one sector that really destabilize a field, you give yourself the ability to stop it. This is what we've asked for the trade agreement with Mercosur. How do you have mirror clauses? And how do you make sure that you can control them? So, for example, one of the debates we've been having at the EU level these last few years is to have a real force of control that says we're going to make sure that we don't import products that don't respect our standards, and we're going to give ourselves the means to be able to verify this. Other countries like China do it, you know. And how do you make sure that when you invest in Europe, you respect the standards? We've had this debate about tech companies for a long time. You know, we've set up for ourselves standards in terms of fighting hate speech, disinformation, interference, manipulation of algorithm on our social media platform. We have foreign tech actors. Of course, they're very present in Europe. But if you want to invest in Europe, you have to respect our rule of law. It's the same principle. It's really articulating, once again, this question of competitiveness and prosperity on one hand, and the question of sovereignty on the other. I don't think they are mutually exclusive. They reinforce each other if we found this right balance.
Let's move to security. A few days ago, the French Army Chief of Staff in front of the Parliament said that we should be prepared for a shock. It's the word that he used, for a shock with Russia in the next 3 to 4 years. First question, do you agree with that? And second question, do you think we are taking the right measures to be ready for this shock with Russia? I'd like to ask the question to the three of you. Who would like to start? Maybe.
Ça c'est vrai. Well, first point. I'm not quite sure if you really realized, I can only speak now from Germany, I want to speak from Germany. If you really realized the threat of Russia in the past. There were countries which were much more realistic and perhaps not so naive. Because we thought all the time, Russia is more dependent from us, from our economy, than vice versa. This was a mistake. This was a real mistake. Countries like Poland, for example, the Baltics, which had their experiences with the former Soviet Union, they were more realistic. And let me say, Olaf Scholz, former Chancellor of Germany, he said, well, we have the so-called Zeitenwende now with the invasion of Ukraine in 2022. It was not the beginning. The beginning was the annexion of Crimea Island, 2014. But where were the lessons learned for Europe? Of course, there were some reactions concerning sanctions, but that were sanctions which were not really worthy in my eyes, but it's tempi passati. So let me say, first challenge is now to recognize the real threat. We are not living in a war, but we are also not living in a peace. And this has to be realized. That means to be prepared. War has different phases. War is not only boots on the ground. War is also done with cyber attacks towards companies in France, in Germany, in Poland, with disinformation campaigns. War is done when I look on the infrastructure, cables, for example, electricity in the Eastern Sea, when the shadow fleet of Mr. Putin is attacking it. So I could give you different examples. So let me say, we have to be prepared that Putin will not stop with Ukraine if he wins this war. So he will continue in Georgia, he will continue in Moldova, and perhaps also in the Baltics. We moved now a whole brigade from Germany to Lithuania. Brigade, that means, to translate it a little bit, 3,000 till 5,000 soldiers. They are now installed to strengthen the eastern flank of NATO. They are now installed in Lithuania. So today, of course, Germany recognized it. And we are a lot, not only in a financial dimension, to support Ukraine. We are really doing a lot. But I think things changed. It has to be realized. The world is not like in former times, where we got a lot of very cheap goods from China, very cheap energy from Russia, and very cheap security from the United States. These times are over.
This world is over, yeah. On the other hand, Poland probably understands the threat better than anyone else, no, Ignacy?
Well, right now we are spending close to 5% of our GDP on defense, and that's quite a lot. We're at the very top when it comes to EU the states. Answering your question, I think it's good that army generals share their views with the general public, even though the general public might find it sometimes shocking. And I'll tell you a story. Our prime minister told all his ministers to go and do this defense training. And I had this defense training for 2 days. And one of the generals told us, or made us aware, that even in Poland, we got so used to the situation with war happening in Ukraine that to some extent we normalized it. It's not like it was during the first day of Russian invasion of Ukraine, when all of us were thinking about our own safety. So we normalized the situation. We somehow know that, yes, there is a risk, but we don't see it as an immediate risk. And this is a very bad situation, because what Russia is doing, they pose maybe not an immediate threat to us, but possibly a very real threat in the near future. And what we've seen with situations like drone incursions in Poland, but also drone incursions in Denmark, just ahead of the informal European summit, Russia is testing us. And we need to be prepared. So when I hear generals delivering such words, actually I think that's good. we need to realize where we are, and we need to take this threat seriously. And I fully agree with Gunther, what Gunther said. This is not only about hard security, although it's super important, it's also about societal resilience. And I'll be speaking about that later. But there's something to be done by each of us. Not only governments, but all of us need to be prepared. When it comes to defense, hard defense, I think we need to realize that today we are in a situation where Europe needs to take more responsibility. Europe needs to be able to defend itself. Actually, it is something that the US has been asking us for quite a long time. And we need to deliver, we need to be able, also with our defense industrial base, to deliver, to be able to defend ourselves.
Benjamin, yeah.
It's clear that we're getting out of a form of denial of the existence of war and conflict, including in Europe. And some more than others, because countries like Poland, who are in the front line in front of the Russian threat, had been warning Europeans for a long time about the nature of the regime in the Kremlin. But I would go even further than that. You know, there's an expression I don't like, is when people say war is back on the European continent. But the truth is it never left. We had the Cold War, which de facto left tens of millions of Europeans behind the Iron Curtain under Soviet totalitarianism. And then 30 years ago, and this is something that actually is at the center of this Paris Peace Forum, we had a war in the Western Balkans. You know, in my office, I don't have a lot of personal stuff in my office because it's not a very stable job, so you shouldn't get too attached. But I do have a poster that I bought in Sarajevo a few years ago, and it's from 1995, when we had a genocide at the time in Srebrenica. It's closer to Paris than Kyiv is. And it says, Europe, wake all Sarajevo is calling you, and shows Europe as a woman who's asleep. And at the time already, we needed the Americans to intervene because we were unable at the European level to do it. And second, there was a form of thinking in Europe that this was anachronistic. And it was all the hatreds, all the ethnic hatreds is coming back. And then in 2008, we had Georgia. And then in 2014, we had Crimea. And then now we have the large-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So we are getting out of this denial, and it's happening at the same time where the United States is basically telling us you need to take more ownership over security and defense. China is our priority, and this is not Trump telling us. This was already Barack Obama with the pivot to Asia. And so these are the conclusions we need to draw. The paradox for us, and I'm going back to the European Union being a project of the happy globalization, is that our European Union is an incredibly successful peace project. And it's one of the greatest political adventure in history. And it's successful on our soil. It's replaced centuries of conflict and war by cooperation based on market and on the rule of law. But this is not necessarily preparing us well for a world that is still, and more actually, about zero-sum game approach and conflict and geopolitical competition. And so we have to have the two parts of the brain. What makes our European Union successful, but also being prepared to defend it, to defend our values and defend our interests, and with countries that have decided that we're their enemies.
How confident are you, the three of you, on the strength of NATO's Article 5?
Very confident. Seriously. Yeah, I mean, with all the discussions that we have with our US colleagues and all the differences, actually President Trump has been crystal clear on Article 5. So I'm dead serious when I say we are very confident.
I have also no doubts, but I only want to remember that we have not only Article 5, we have also Article 42.7. And this is not less worthy. So we should never forget that we have also a solidarity in security. And this solidarity in security and this kind of security is given by the European treaties.
I'm convinced that it would be disastrous for US interest if tomorrow you had an Article 5 type incident and the US would not react on it. I think it would send a message of weakness to the rest of the world. Two areas, I just said that China is the big priority for the US. And what kind of message it would send to China, to Iran, to other regional and global competitors to the US. But the second thing I would like to say about this is that it also depends on us Europeans. If you show within the European pillar of NATO that Europeans are strong allies, that they're self-reliant, that they also bring something to the table, then this is also something that brings back the US in the alliance. This is why, you know, we had a debate the last few years about the French term where we like concepts. The French concept, strategic autonomy. And when I would go sometimes to Germany and Poland, I would have my friends say, you want to do strategic autonomy against the US? No, not at all. I'm absolutely convinced that this is also the way to reshape in a more mature, balanced way, a more modern way, the transatlantic relationship. If you have Europeans that are more autonomous and can act on their own, this is also what tells Americans we are worthy allies, and it's in your interest also to work with Europeans.
But does strategic autonomy means we would need a form of a sort of European NATO? Would it make sense?
Not necessarily. I think we have, as Gunther said, we have the Article 42.7 in the Lisbon Treaty, so we already have a defense and security clause within the European Union. The question now is, A, capacities. So let's make sure that we put the resources to build up a European defense industrial base. This is what we're doing through, for example, the European Commission funding, the SAFE program, 150 billion euros that was just announced to make sure that countries can cooperate together on a concrete project. And the second thing we need is to act, to do things. And one example of this, and this is not through the EU per se, but it's European countries working together, is the Coalition of the Willing on Ukraine. Look at what we've done, by the way, with the UK, because we do need to work with the UK, which is a major European, not EU, but European strategic actor here, is to say what's happening in Ukraine is our security. So first, let's increase the pressure on Russia, and that's what we're doing with the US right now with the renewed sanctions on energy. Let's increase the pressure on the Kremlin so that we put back the Russians around the negotiation table, continue also our military support to Ukraine. But if tomorrow you have a ceasefire, how do you make sure that it's not just a break that Russia uses to rearm and then to reattack Ukraine? The recent past, shows that that's what's most likely to happen. There won't be eternal peace anymore. It will be about deterrence and showing strength. And this will be our responsibility as Europeans, to continue to support the Ukrainian army and have a robust and strong Ukrainian army, but also to think about the role that we Europeans, maybe through the deployment of contingents on the ground, we will have to play in these security guarantees. This is a concrete example of Europeans taking ownership of their own security, and also in partnership, of course, with the US.
Would you be confident in Poland and in Germany on stricter rules for European procurement of armament?
I'm not sure.
To raise the share of European procurement.
Well, we already have some rules on that in SAFE or EDIP. I think we need to strike a right balance. I'm very much in favor of us building a true industrial defense base here in Europe. And just in some cases, we simply need to buy something here and now, and it's simply not available in Europe. So then it's really about building our capacity immediately. But the general approach is quite clear. If we want to be able to defend ourselves, we need to be able to produce it here as well.
Can only underline and emphasize what Ignacy said. Of course, also in NATO, we have one market. We have to share our interests also when we buy, of course, our defense products. But I wanted to emphasize also one very important point which Benjamin made. Ukraine does not only need any kind of peace. Ukraine needs security. This makes a difference. Because when it's what we say in German, Diktatfrieden, if it is only a dictated peace, it will never be accepted by Ukraine themselves. They made their experience with old Soviet Union before. We should not forget we had the Holodomor. Holodomor, it was a hunger crisis in the 30s of the last centuries. The figures are different, but they, one hand says 3 million dead people, others say 7 million killed people, only because Stalin isolated the region, and a lot of people had to die due to the hunger. So each child in Ukraine knows it. So let me say, if it is only a kind of peace, a dictated peace, it will not be accepted by Ukrainians themselves, and they will go out of the country, because they don't think that this kind of peace will have any sustainability. And they need security and stability, and this has to be granted finally also by Europe. We have to be aware about this development.
Ignacy, would you say that our democratic values are under attack from Russia or others?
Oh, absolutely. But I also want to finish on a more positive note, if you allow us. I see that we only have four minutes. And our meeting here reminded me of the visit of our bosses in Moldova. So back in August, Chancellor Merz, President Macron and Prime Minister Donald Tusk visited Moldova for its Independence Day to show that we see Moldova as part of the European family. So, and I'm talking about this to remind us that Europe still has this power to attract. And when we use this power right, we can win. And I would also love to remind all of us that Europe still is the best place to live in the world. We've complained a lot today, but let's also realize that we still live in probably the best places in the world. I mean, Paris, come on, we all know this is one of the best places in the world.
Because of the values, because of the rule of law,
that's exactly what I'm. Because of the values, because of democracy, because of rule of law, because of human rights, because of culture, those are all very important things. And yes, they are under threat today, not only from Russia, but some global developments have made this a bit more difficult for us. And I think we really need today in the EU to have a strategy and to have proper tools to support civil society organizations, to support civic education and media literacy, to have independent media all around Europe. We need to realize the role that algorithmic content selection plays in democracy. We need to realize what is the role, both negative and positive, of social media platforms. And you probably don't know that, but we do have a cooperation in the Weimar Triangle, so-called Digital Weimar Triangle. Yeah. And I think it's a very good one, and we really need that for the future. To also finish with a positive note, I'm very excited, and I actually wanted to thank all of you for coming here. I see so many young faces, and there's just one key message I would like to deliver. Become involved with politics, become involved with public things. If you don't do it, others will do it for you. So truly, the future lies in your hands. And my message to all the young people, really stand up and fight for the world that you would like to see. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Maybe one last word on the threat from Russia, on cyber threats, because we've seen that in France a lot, and it's very hard to respond to that, I believe, without and at the same time keep our values. So how can we do that?
If you allow me, I'm actually going to do the same thing as Ignacy and end on a more positive note, because I was as well very moved by this visit to Moldova, and then by the results, where we saw that You had a pro-European majority in Moldova and supporting the courageous government of Maia Sandu, and the reform track that the country is taking is going to be demanding and long. It's about having the rule of law, independence of the judiciary, protection of minorities, etc., etc. But we're there to accompany them. And the reason I want to mention this is because when we have doubts about your European projects, it's good to look at candidate countries. It's good to look at kids in Ukraine dying in 2014 on the Maidan with the European flag, because for them it's the promise of a better future. The same year in 2014, we in France, we were putting the National Front ahead in the first time for an election during the European election. And you had kids dying because they wanted to be part of Europe. And by the way, not even part of the European Union, just for a free trade agreement at the time with the European Union. You have countries in the Western Balkans, you have Moldova, you have the kids on the street also in Georgia who are protesting for the European ideal. I think it brings a lot of inspiration, and sometimes you see that the soul and the spirit of Europe is not so much in the bureaucratic hallways of Brussels, but in these candidate countries, and that should give us also some hope in our project. And one last word, because as Ignacy said, we were maybe pessimistic or negative, because the truth is it's harder to be pro-European than anti-European. You know why? Because when you're anti-European, you're just against it. When you're pro-European, that doesn't mean you have to say that everything that the European Union does works out. You can be demanding, you can want to transform and reform and push Europe to be much more efficient, competitive, to upgrade its ambition on defense, because you feel that we're stronger at 27 than we will be isolated and alone between the United States, China, and against the Russian threat. So of course it's always more difficult in the public debate, but I think clearly, once again, this is a project of hope and inspiration, and this will be our shield in the world that's coming.
Thank you all. Thank you all for coming to the Paris Peace Forum.
morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I had a different opening for today's session, full of statistics. But when I followed the events that unfolded in Sudan the past days, it changed my mind. El Fasher, I have seen videos of ditches and trenches entirely full of friends, neighbors, and family members' bodies. There have been reports of entire families hanging from trees. This is the story told by Amy Mohammed to reporters from El Fasher town. Similar stories happen in Gaza, Eastern Congo, and all over the world. Proportion of children killed by armed conflicts tripled, while the proportion of women killed doubled from last year. More aid workers and health personnel were killed than ever before. The overwhelming majority of them are national colleagues. Yet, civilian harm is not an inevitable byproduct of armed conflict, because even wars have rules. In today's session, our distinguished panelists will discuss our collective responsibility in moving the parties to today's devastating conflicts away from might makes right and towards serious, tangible commitments to apply international humanitarian law and protect human dignity. Today, we have with us Mirjana Spojaric-Egger, President of the International Committee of the Red Cross, Mr. José Manuel Álvarez, Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of the Kingdom of Spain, Mr. Jean-Noël Barrot, Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs of the French Republic, and Ms. Kajsa Ollongren, Special Representative for Human Rights at the European Union. And as your humble moderator, Hicham Khadraoui, myself, Director of the Center for Civilians in Conflict. I will ask you the first question, Mirjana, if you allow me. States have given the ICRC a mandate to promote the Geneva Conventions and to defend them. Today, the rules of war are under threat, with parties to conflict disregarding blatantly international humanitarian law and using it to justify violations of the law rather than prevent them. What is at stake if leaders do not take action? And how can your global initiative, together with states, help to stem the tide of violations and preserve humanity in war? Thank you.
Thank you, Hicham, and thank you, colleagues. It's a great honor to be here in this honorable panel. You didn't want to start with statistics, Hicham, but I will. According to what we register, the world lives in a decade of war. Since I took office 3 years ago, we have registered 10 more conflicts, from approximately 120 to 130 armed conflicts. What is underlying is not only a rise in non-state armed groups, they are spreading more intensely than in the decade before, but also the fact that we see not only international armed conflicts, conflicts between states on the rise, but that we see large-scale conflicts on the rise, meaning 12 million displaced in Sudan, unprecedented. Gaza entirely destroyed, if not obliterated, unprecedented. We record 150,000 missing between Ukraine and Russia. We must assume it's only a portion of the reality and may not, for decades, find these missing people, many of them servicemen and servicewomen. The wars of attrition, the levels of destruction, the levels of human suffering are surpassing by far what previous decades have shown. And it all brings us back to the rules of war, as Hicham has said. We will speak more about it. But it's, according to our experience, the only way to stem the tide. The law is as forceful as the political weight that leaders attach to it. We saw this in Gaza. Without the political pressure, you don't see a pathway for us to start operating that then offers the space for negotiations over a lasting ceasefire. I'm thankful to France. I'm thankful to the 6 founding states that launched a global initiative that should lead to an international meeting next year. We by now have 92 states, and all the panelists are strong supporters of this cause. It's not about the ICRC. It's bringing back peace and security to the world through a re-establishment of awareness that without rules, we will not find a de-escalation in these ever-rising conflicts, and they inform each other. You can be sure that the next conflict will be informed by the lowered standards that we see in warfare today. So we have to reverse this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariana. Monsieur le Ministre,
Minister,
states alongside Brazil, China, Jordan, Kazakhstan, and South Africa, who joined the launch of the Global Initiative on IHL in December last year. In what concrete ways is France walking the talk using various instruments at its disposal? And what steps is France taking to ensure that it is more than a well-intentioned initiative and that it will lead to real change on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you. I will speak in French because after all this is the Paris Peace Forum. So if you need
je parlerai en français. I will speak in French.
Raise your hand and I will
And if you can't hear the interpretation, then please raise your hand. I would like to get back to what Mariana was saying. Figures are very clear. We have entered a time when international humanitarian law has been degraded and war are increasing, and war has become even more dirty before, with 150 million people displaced population through the various conflicts that Mariana was talking about. We have reached a record high in violations to human dignity and human rights. We talked about Sudan with the fall of al-Fashar, which brings us to fearing the worst. Think of what's happening in the Republic of Congo. This all will be at the heart of the conference that will gather this afternoon in Paris. 28 million people are facing hunger, including acute hunger. 7 million of displaced people. 1 woman is raped every 4 minutes. There is an increasing risk of devastating epidemics such as HIV and Ebola. What we see in Sudan, in Gaza, in Congo, human rights and international human law has been degraded, is being ignored. The number of conflicts is increasing, but also the way the war is conducted is increasing in violence. It seems that warmongers feel that they are free to do business as usual. So I would like to distinguish between the law of the war on the one hand and international human law on the other hand. Of course, we will not be able to put an end to all conflicts, but we need to work together to make sure that whenever a conflict takes place, then the humanitarian staff is protected, then medical staff is protected, and that the dignity of human beings is protected. We work as France, as a country, as a permanent member of the Security Council, towards this goal. We try to make sure that we have the ways of making sure that international humanitarian law is respected. So that's the reason why we want to make sure that 2 seats of the Permanent Security Council are given to Africa, that Japan, Germany, Brazil can have a seat at the Permanent Security Council to make sure that we make their decisions more legitimate. Moreover, we've been working with Mexico for years now to make sure that we can limit the veto in case of atrocities. It's an initiative that has been supported by over 20 countries. Now, it might seem far-fetched from what we're talking about today, but we believe that this is something that is directly linked to the international humanitarian law. If we could make sure that veto did not apply in case of atrocities, then we will make sure that the Security Council could act in cases that we've witnessed, such as the one that we've witnessed over the past couple of years. Moreover, we also support an initiative launched by the ICRC with Brazil, China, Jordan, Kazakhstan and South Africa to launch a global initiative that has been supported by a large number of countries, including Spain. Spain has its own voice, and I would like to turn towards and thank my colleague from Spain. Thank you for being here at the Paris Peace Forum. Thank you for picking this particular roundtable to talk about the protection of IHL. I would like to thank Spain, who has been a long-standing supporter for multilateralism and cooperation in order to deal with international issues. So I'm going to talk to you very freely here. In all transparency, the reason why we're supporting this initiative is not only to carry our voice as a group of countries who are very committed to the protection of IHL, but it's also a way to share best practices. Humanitarian issues are often instrumentalized, but sometimes it is true that the parties involved in a conflict just lack knowledge as to how to abide by IHL rules. This initiative that has been supported by ICRC has been supported by a number of countries, but I must say that I was slightly disappointed when we met in New York in order to formally put down the rules of this agreement. And when we were talking about the 2026 meeting and the 2026 conference, I suggested that we try and preempt this by coming up with a clear commitment when it comes to Gaza. And we were unable to reach a commitment together. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that we shouldn't continue fighting hard in order to turn this 2026 conference into a success. We don't have a choice. We need to make it happen. But in order to highlight how much political support we enjoy at the international level, we need to make sure that we train armies, that we can train diplomats, and that we can raise awareness on our best practice among all stakeholders when it comes to IHL. We need to make sure that we can raise the bar put down both by IHL and case law in order to make sure that the commitment that was made by the UN 80 years ago are still a reality today. Thank you very much.
Protection of civilians in armed conflict, and what has enabled Spain to move from supporting international humanitarian law in principle to taking concrete actions in its defense. Thank you.
Tout d'abord, et en français, parce qu'il y a...
I'm going to speak in French. I'm going to switch to of English in a short while, but I would like to take this opportunity for inviting us here and for holding this forum, which has never been more relevant. There are unilateral tendencies, and we need to make sure that when faced with large global challenges, we do not come up with bilateral solutions, but multilateral solutions.
There are three things that we have to do very clearly in these days. The first one is to say what's obvious, but that must be recalled and reminded permanently. War is not a way of settling disputes among states or people. War cannot be a way of conducting your foreign policy. And the second thing is international humanitarian law. The Geneva Conventions is not an option. It's not something that you decide if you enforce them or not. They are not beautiful philosophical ideas. They must be enforced and they are binding for everyone. And we have, and Spain tries to do it, we have to be coherent in our foreign action. Spain says exactly the same thing, whether it's in Ukraine or Gaza or beyond, in Sudan, in the Sahel, in any scenario, always for the same principles, looking for the same objectives. We defend international law, international humanitarian law, the protection of civilians. We say that war is forbidden to settle disputes among states. Because if we are not coherent, we will be weakened in our action when we are confronted to actors that violate international law and international humanitarian law. And we have to recall that there is an accountability, because it's not an option. The Geneva Conventions are not optional. International humanitarian law is binding for everyone. Even if you are into an armed struggle, you must respect the life of civilians. You cannot just go and bomb anyone at any time, whenever you want. You cannot go and to prevent foodstuff from entering a specific area. There is an accountability. And we must always back international courts, whether it's the International Court of Justice or the International Criminal Court. And we must not be ashamed or afraid of naming things. A crime is a crime, whoever is committed it. It doesn't matter where it happens. Once again, we go back to the idea of coherence. Without coherence, we will be weakened. We will be weakened in our diplomatic action, and we will be weakened when we are confronted to other partners that say, you pick and you choose the countries, the places, the region, the continents in which you apply your principles. And that's what Spain tries to do, you have to move to action. You have a political stance that must be coherent. You must speak always under the same principles with the same objectives. And then going into action, first is funding. We have tripled our humanitarian assistance. And very recently, last night, we have taken the decision to send one of our field hospitals to Jamaica, where it's been really, really destroyed and hit by this hurricane. But our humanitarian assistance, it's on the ground, whether it's in Ukraine, whether it's back in UNRWA. As soon as we can, it will go into Gaza. And we have to fund also the international organization. If you choose right now UNRWA, and that's one of our main focus right now, it's more important than ever to be back in UNRWA. And we have to recall it, UNRWA is an indispensable UN body. The life, that something as basic as foodstuff or education for 6 million of Palestinians in the Middle East depends on UNRWA. So it's not time to back away from United Nations body. It's the time to reinforce and to increase, as Spain is doing it. We have multiplied by 3 our finance to all these institutions. It's the time to be with them. And we can act with other partners. We do a lot with France. We share most of our point of view, and with Jean Noël, a good friend, we exchange very often. We do things at the European level, at the UN level, in a sort of coalition of the willing sometimes. We are having a very strong Euro-Arab voice right now in the Middle East. It's the time to get together and to stick to our principles and to the institution. We do it also with the Red Cross. So this is a time in which there is a big temptation to go back to the 19th century, to accept once again that war can be, at some moments, under some conditions, a way of conducting and carrying your foreign policy. We must be very clear. And this forum, it's a way of putting it forward. Diplomacy, negotiation remains the only reasonable way, the only lasting way of getting deals, of getting lasting peace. And the second thing, there will be no unilateral solution to global problems. Peace, it's a global issue, and we are all concerned. International law, defending international humanitarian law, the protection of civilians, it's something global. It doesn't matter where it happens. It hits and it has an impact on all of us, and therefore we must continue backing United Nations, international organization, and also try to look for multilateral solutions.
Thank you very much, Minister. Ms. Ollongren, the EU is supporting important work in the humanitarian sector to address both prevention of human rights law and IHL violations and increased protection for civilians, as well as supporting human rights defenders, documenting violations, and fostering accountability, effectively moving from policy to action. How is the EU leveraging all this work to anticipate crises and prevent violations before they escalate, rather than responding after the fact? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question, and thank you also to the other panelists. I think you find here a panel that is in violent agreement and that are strong supporters what we believe in, the rule of law, IHL, prevention of conflict. And I think to answer your question, why does the EU try to choose the road of prevention and action? It is because we see what is happening. There is a big paradox out there. We have built a system of international rule of law. And it's never been more elaborated. It's never been more accessible than it is today. And it's also never been more under threat than it is today. UNRWA was mentioned, the UN as a system, the ICC, as was mentioned, also the ICJ. They're all being attacked and questioned. And that means that we have to stand up and we have to counter this paradox, and we have to work also on that narrative. I think it's not enough to remind people that we have this system, but we have to go to the core of why we have this system. Because you could argue there are now so many conflicts, as Marciana said, there are so many wars, there's so many people suffering, killed, there are so many people that have to flee their countries. Why weren't we able to prevent it? Why have we come to the situation where might seems to make right if we're not careful? So apparently we are not able to prevent everything. I think that this system is something that does prevent actually conflicts to happen, but that we live in times where states and non-stately actors do not care about the international humanitarian law. In wars, civilians, medical care, humanitarian aid, they're supposed to be protected by our rules. And we know that they are not. We've seen it. We see it today in Sudan. We see it in Gaza. We see it in Ukraine. We see it in Myanmar and other places in the world. That does not mean that it's not something worth protecting, worth advocating for. And I think that is what the EU is trying to do. We recognize that we have to be the voice of this, especially in the current world. That's what the world expects of us. That's what's in our treaty and what is in the DNA of the Union that we have built, which began as a peace project. And I think here at the Peace Forum, we should keep that in mind. And the European Union is a very successful peace project. There have been no more wars among the countries that are in the Union. We see many countries outside the European Union striving to be a member of this family, like Ukraine and the Western Balkans and others. And I think that is very important. And that means that these countries share the values, share the human rights and the universality of the human rights, the principles of democracy that we adhere to. And that is why I'm personally also a very strong believer in what we, I think, used to call soft power. So now that the world is focusing very much on the capacity building on the military side, because we see the security threats, and they're there, so we need to do it. But it has to go hand in hand with the soft power, the capacity building, the advocacy for the rule of law. And I would like to underline one very important point in this system that we build, and that is accountability. And that makes the circle round, because if a conflict happens and wars break out, there will be a post-conflict situation. And we start, as the European Union, and many European countries, France did so, the Netherlands did so when the large-scale war in Ukraine broke out, starting to gathering evidence of war crimes almost immediately. Cooperate with the country concerned, be it Ukraine, Syria, was the same thing. The accountability starts during the war, because it's then that the evidence needs to be collected. This is not without danger. States need to step in. NGOs have to be enabled to do their very difficult work. And prosecutors and international courts need to start to work on the cases, so that we one day will have the accountability. Because if there's no accountability, there's impunity. And we know where impunity leads. It leads to more conflict. So it is a circle. It is important work that is not always visible. I think you will see that the EU does many things without being very vocal about it. And especially now that we see a world wherein, let's say, transactional deals are made, where peace is declared. That's not how it works. There is not, you know, you don't go from war to peace in one day. You can leave everything behind you. The accountability the accountability side is hard work and takes a long time, but is absolutely necessary for building up the society in the countries concerned, and for being able to leave the past behind you and to turn towards a peaceful future.
Thank you very much. And I like your quote about the EU being a successful peace project. That's interesting. And you're right. I mean, it's a good transition from the second round of questions around accountability and the connection between war and peace. Mirjana, if I may come back to you. Within the global initiative, the ICRC and member states are looking at the connections between respect for international humanitarian law and lasting peace. It may seem counterintuitive to many in the room that the rules that govern how wars are fought can also play a role in how those wars end. From your experience working on the front lines of conflict, how does international humanitarian law contribute to pathways back to peace?
Thank you, Hisham. And I want to start by saying that, you know, 2 years ago, we maybe wouldn't have had this level of informed debate about what it means to uphold the rules of war and how relevant they are to all of us. 1 year into the initiative, we already see results. We have conducted hundreds of consultations in which 130 states have taken part. That's what Jean-Noël said, the practical side of the initiative. We want to translate the abstract notion of international humanitarian law into practical measures, because it is implementable. States can do more within their national sovereignty. We do this in 7 work streams. 3 focus on the relationship between IHL and prevention, IHL and peace, and nationalization of IHL. 4 focus on the conduct of hostilities, protecting civilian infrastructure, especially, and we have a dedicated work stream on this, health systems, new technologies and cyber in warfare, and naval warfare, which is also increasingly dominating in today's conflicts. What we see on the ground, and we are directly involved in the processes now in Gaza, in the DRC, in Thailand and Cambodia, in Sudan, and in many other places, is that the first steps to peace are always humanitarian. It always starts with either safe passage, increased access for humanitarian assistance, but mostly through the exchange of detainees as a first confidence-building measure. You exchange detainees, you release hostages, you bring back prisoners, even before a ceasefire is consolidated, but it helps upholding the ceasefire so that you can enter into larger political conversations. Mind you, the operation we conducted and are still conducting in Gaza is highly complex, highly sensitive, and highly dangerous also for everybody involved. And it is still ongoing, and we still insist that we complete this first phase because the ceasefire must hold. Millions of lives hang in the balance of the ceasefire. If hostilities are resumed, there's no resilience left for the people. Now, IHL doesn't prevent war, but it prevents barbarity in war. And this is important, and this is why, as the Spanish foreign minister said, we cannot allow ourselves to apply double standards. We have to treat a human life as a human life, no matter on which side of the line you find yourself, because that's the guarantee to return, to ever be able to return on a pathway to peace. If you break and dismantle the guardrails that prevent total barbarity to happen, then it will take a much, much longer time, generations, before you can come back to normalcy. And we have to prevent this, because wars inform each other. When you dismantle the rules in Gaza, when you continue tolerating what happens in Sudan, you send the signal to 450 armed groups, non-state actors, that everything is allowed. Now, their force today is amplified by new technologies. We saw drones travel 2,000 kilometers in Sudan and hit precisely the airport in Port Sudan. You know that these weapons can hit any European city at any moment. This is the future of warfare, and this is what we need to contain. IHL stands in the way of total victory, because total victory at the end becomes self-destructive. The moment you say that total victory is possible, that no rules apply, you expose your own population as a political leader to the threat of war and to the threat of being treated with a dismissiveness that we see towards civilians in many theaters of conflict today. It will haunt us if we don't stop it. And this is why this initiative is so important. And it will not succeed without political leadership, because armed groups are bound by the law, as are states. But the primary responsibility lies with states to uphold international humanitarian law according to the spirit of the law, and by not applying different standards to different partners. What is most effective is when states call their allies and tell them to stop breaking the law. It's much more effective than denouncing your enemy or your friend's enemy in public. Only when states call their allies can we access hostages, can we access the civilian population, can we bring help and respite that is necessary to open the door for peace. Remember, Dayton was concluded with a first chapter that contained the all-for-all exchange of prisoners. The ICRC is mentioned in 100 peace treaties, ceasefire agreements, and different kinds of memoranda. Has been over the last 100 years. We don't have the footprint of our UN partners. They are important, as we have heard. We rely on the UN for bringing in hundreds of trucks. But you also need neutrals that work confidentially and discreetly, that are strictly independent and impartial to create this pathway back to stability, back to formal economies. And this is what we want to see in the Middle East, and this is what we want to see in the Horn of Africa, and certainly also in Eastern Europe. So we need the states to work with us on this.
Thank you, Mariana. Taking away that humanitarian action is always the first step to peace, and that discrete peer pressure from states to states is a great deterrent for violations. Monsieur le Ministre, France is a permanent member of the UN Security Council.
Mr. Minister,
In a world where the Council is increasingly gridlocked, the institutions, once seen as the custodians of international humanitarian law, often struggle to act in a timely or unified manner. In such a context, who should now assume the moral and political responsibility for upholding IHL? Thank you.
Well, I don't see any other credible fora than the Security Council. I do think that the Paris Peace Forum can play, in certain instances, an important role, in particular for those forgotten conflicts or tensions that risk deriving into full-blown wars. This is the case in certain regions in Africa. This is the case of the Western Balkans, and you've probably noticed that a number of Western Balkan leaders were present this week in Paris for this 8th edition, and that the French president hosted a meeting with the 3 members of the Bosnian presidency, which is something that really does not happen anywhere else in the world today. And so Paris Peace Forum has, I think, an important role to play to facilitate discussions leading to the reduction in tensions and avoidance of future conflicts. But the Security Council will or has to play a very important role moving forward. And that's why we're pleading so hard in favor of Security Council reform, to unlock those decisions that are blocked by veto in the case where the most basic human rights are affected. That's the veto initiative that we're carrying with Mexico, and then we need a Security Council that is more legitimate, and that's why we're pleading for an extension of the permanent members around the tables, such that the decisions of the Security Council are carry the weight of more representativeness of the world like it is today, not like it was 80 years ago. So, as a permanent member, we'll work hard for this, for these institutions to be reformed and reinforced. And I think again that the Paris Peace Forum can be a useful rendezvous, a useful meeting point every year for all of those who care enough about multilateralism and efficient multilateralism to gather and find ways to build coalitions, not to compete against traditional multilateralism, but to strengthen it from the inside.
Merci beaucoup. So, reforming rather than replacing. This is your term. Thank you. Minister Alvarez, Spain has not hesitated to speak up against the IHL violations being committed in Gaza and has taken bold diplomatic measures to increase pressures on Israel around that. How can we up the ante and ensure that those who disregard IHL are held accountable? Thank you.
I think this is a key element of what we are facing in the next few months and in the next few years. It's if you can violate with total impunity international humanitarian law in Gaza, or if you take Ukraine, if you can go into a war of aggression in total impunity, it's very clear that the world in the future will be less safe for everyone. We must state very clear principles, and Spain is doing it. One is that humanitarian assistance must be able to go into the Gaza Strip unimpeded, without any obstacle. We have to hold accountable all those that have been, with total impunity, killing humanitarian workers, hundreds of humanitarian workers from UNRWA and other organizations have been killed in the Gaza Strip. And we have to recall that the ICJ rulings are binding for everyone in United Nations, including the State of Israel. This is very basic, and as you were saying, our own security is at stake. Now we have to work to consolidate this ceasefire, and we must make sure that humanitarian assistance can go into the Gaza Strip really without any obstacle, with impartiality and independence. Israel cannot have a right of veto on who is having access to food today or tomorrow. And at the end, we all know what will be the real solution for peace and security for everyone, including the Israeli people in the Middle East, the two-state solution. And in a very basic, the motivation of Spain, of everything we are doing concerning Gaza, is two things. One is to make sure that we are coherent with what we say everywhere in the world, especially in Ukraine. That when we uphold international law, international humanitarian law in Ukraine, and we protect the civilian, we do it also in Gaza, because that makes stronger our case in both places. And the other one is we are a country that doesn't accept as natural that the only way that have the people in the Middle East, very clearly Palestinian and Israelis, to relate to each other is through violence. There is not a sort of historical curse that says that that's the only way they can relate to the other. There must be another way. We are very well placed in Europe, Spain and France, we are very well placed to know that the border it used to be a sort of biblical curse for us. You used to have wars with your neighbor. European Union construction has turned that into a virtuous circle in which your neighbor is the one with the one you cooperate. We really believe that this is possible in the Middle East for everyone, including Palestinian and Israelis. And the bottom line of everything is, in order to do that, you must accept that you must respect principles that are binding for everyone in humanity, and if not, you must be accountable and held accountable for that.
Thank you very much, Ministro. So accountability is a must, judicial and as well humanitarian work. Ms. Ollongren, the EU strategic framework stresses that fight against impunity and strengthening accountability, as you mentioned, is a must and a priority. Given that IHL is often violated without immediate consequence, what practical steps is your office taking to support international justice mechanisms, such as the ICC or hybrid tribunals, in documenting IHL violations and closing the accountability gap? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we can say that we have established here, and I very much underline what the other panelists have said, that we think that, first of all, international law must govern the fate of countries and people and not violence. And secondly, that the international system of justice is under threat currently. It requires, as Mariana said, it requires political leadership. That means political will. I would even say political courage, as the two ministers here are showing. I think that's very important. And that is, I think, what Europe and the European Union must do as well. And we must be very concrete. We must also recognize that we cannot do it alone. No one can. So you ask me what I can do, and what I can do is to try to bring people together, to promote a coalition building, and to connect to civil society, because civil society plays a vital role in all of this. Civic space is shrinking. We see it happening really everywhere, I would say. They are our partners in this. There are partners inside all these areas that have been mentioned of conflict, all these wars, all these regions, all these countries. They are a vital partner also in accountability, because they are there. They have the pulse of the people on the ground. They're in the field. They are able to do this dangerous work of collecting evidence and making it available to the ICC or to the Prosecutor General in the country itself, if that's possible, like in Ukraine. And I think personally, I've been very involved also in Ukraine. What we have seen there in the past 3 years during the large-scale invasion, during the war, the very serious work that's been done to prepare for after the war. It can serve as an example, I think, of international coordination and cooperation. We see, the cooperation with the ICC. We see the establishment of a special tribunal. And I think it's vital that we uphold that, because it also will show our credibility as Europeans to the rest of the world. And of course, the double standards, we discussed it, it's there, we have to face it, but it's so important to speak out and to say that this system is for everybody, and everybody's treated equally under this system. And the ICC is doing its work in complete independence, and we will defend them to make sure that they're able to do their work in complete independence. And that would be my last remark, saying and repeating that without accountability there will be impunity. And I think in these difficult times, those who are responsible, it's a heavy responsibility on our shoulders, but we have to face it.
Thank you very much. And in my early days as a young investigator at the ICC myself, working on Sudan and Congo, I can only commend your words and praising the work and independence of this court. It is essential. To close the session, we are witnessing a marked increase in state-on-state conflict around the world, and in many of them, international humanitarian law does not only seem less implemented, but its principles deliberately misinterpreted, distorted, or fundamentally questioned by some. The challenge before us today is not only to reaffirm those principles, but to implement some of the concrete actions that our brilliant panelists have spoken about today. This forum, the Paris Peace Forum, is one of the best ways as well to speak about that in a serene manner, but in a concrete manner. It is the only way to ensure that the IHL remains credible, unforeseeable, and humane in the realities of today's conflict. The world is at a turning point. It is our collective responsibility, all upon us, you, our political leaders, parties to conflict, to better protect civilians. Protection of civilians should remain a strategic, political, and military objective in every action that we intend to do. I want to thank you. I want to thank the panelists. Please give them a round of applause.
Paris Peace Forum was built in 2018 with the idea that global collaboration can be reinvented from the bottom up and that impactful solutions already exist out there. And unfortunately, some of those solutions fall short in achieving their objective and having a systemic change in global governance. And that's where the Scale Up program comes in.
Every year, we have a call for solutions from which 60 projects are showcased at our annual event at the Paris Peace Forum. Out of those projects, we have 10 projects that are selected by a jury to benefit from the year of Scale Up support. We try to help them determine the objectives that they want to change within that 1 year with the mentors.
Le rôle d'un mentor est celui de, disons, aider à rester concentré, de dire la vérité, de créer et de faciliter des connexions, des relations et de donner des conseils.
Often the hardest part is to not just get in the room, but to know how to, who to talk to and what things and issues matter to the people you're engaging with. So our mentors were really helpful across all those things.
What was more rewarding is to see that we were able to take the SCUP project from point A to point B, supporting the growth of the project, identifying the blind spots and helping the project leaders to make significant progress over the course of 1 year.
The Scale program has 3 pillars. So firstly, we have the mentorship, where each project is paired up with 2 high-level experts, the capacity building workshops every month, and a support from the Paris Peace Forum Secretariat.
The types of projects are very diverse and they come from all over the world.
The first day that the war in Ukraine started, we put all our regular activity on hold and we started building the digital infrastructure that was needed by the refugees coming into Romania.
Josia est un programme pour sauvegarder le patrimoine en situation d'urgence. Faire partie du Scale Up programme nous a permis de réaliser à quel point nous agissons pour la paix.
Empatia is a project that promotes the use of AI to solve public issues such as health, development, or climate change.
The purpose of the initiative is to create collaboration on environmental issues across the India-Pakistan border on issues like air pollution, water usage, and sustainable agriculture.
The Scale Up program is an accelerator of global governance solutions. We aim to help project teams be better equipped to influence and challenge governance, and ultimately help them amplify their impact and their reach.
Being recognised for the work we were trying to do to make change globally out of Africa and out of the global south was part of what the Scale Up Award meant for us.
We've had a phenomenal year throughout the SCUP program, and I think the secret to kind of growing and scaling impact is collaboration.
To both project leaders and to experts, we ask them, please join us and get involved with the Scale program.
Good morning. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. A big thank you to our panelists, who I'll introduce shortly, and to all of you for making the time for a discussion today that we're biased, but we think is perhaps the most urgent issue facing the international community and facing civil society activists working on the ground in both Israel and Palestine. My name is John Linden. I'm the Executive Director of ALMEP, the Alliance for Middle East Peace. We're the largest network of Israeli and Palestinian peace-building organizations with over 180 NGOs, some of whom are represented today on this panel, working for peace and equality and self-determination for both Israelis and Palestinians. And the conversation we're going to have today, as we're in the early days and weeks of this very fragile ceasefire, and even using that word feels a little difficult, considering the fact that the fire has not really fully ceased, and we're looking ahead at the context that's developing in front of us, which is a little bit uncertain, malleable, and perhaps open to creative diplomacy and civil society activism. And we at ALMEP have been asking for two things over the course of this war. I mean, most importantly, an end to the war, obviously, but secondly, a very different type of diplomacy, one that's broader than anything we've ever seen before, bringing in, yes, the United States, but also Europe, the Arab world, the entire international community, to provide a multilateral approach to an issue that for too long has demanded such an approach. And secondly, one that is deeper than ever before, engaging really intensively with the Israelis and Palestinians who share this land and must be the architects and the stakeholders in any real just solution to the conflict, in what has been a very elite-driven approach to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict for over 3 decades. So I'm delighted to be joined by some excellent panelists today that can approach these questions from different points of expertise and perspective. To my immediate right, first of all, is Aziz Abu Sarah. Aziz is the founder and co-director of Interact, who are an ALMEP member, doing extraordinary work on challenging and changing narratives around Israel-Palestine. Aziz is also a long-time activist and leader from a wealth of ALMEP member organizations and civil society more generally in the region. And then to my further right is Professor Yael Barda, who is a professor at the Hebrew University Jerusalem, but is also the chair of the board of directors for A Land for All, a very important, innovative organization reimagining how Israelis and Palestinians can share the land in peace, equality, and justice. And I hope she's going to speak a little bit more about ideas that I think should engage everybody in this room. And then to my everybody's to my right today. This is an unusual feeling, actually. We're delighted to be joined by Romeric Rognon, who is the director of the Middle East Department at the French Foreign Ministry and has been working throughout this year, helping to lead a very innovative approach to diplomacy that the French government, our hosts here today, deserve a tremendous amount of credit for, in my view, that is both broader and deeper. And then finally, I have Naveen Sanduka, who is the regional director of ALMEP, the Alliance for Middle East Peace, who's with us from East Jerusalem, and is also a long-time activist in our space in a wealth of different civil society organizations. I want to start with a fairly broad question, because there was a level of certainty over the last 2 years, at least for people in our community, about priority 1 through 10 was ending the war, returning the hostages, and stopping the worst catastrophe I think any of us have ever seen in this land. It provided clarity and a sense of urgency. It took far too long for us to get to that goal. But now as we look forward, the path is much more unclear and uncertain. It's dangerous. It's filled with both, I hesitate to use the word, opportunities, but also real dangers and pitfalls. And I thought because we have such an expert panel, it might be interesting, first of all, to ask our guests what they see as being the most important urgent priorities right now as we look to the immediate future amidst this very delicate deal. So Aziz, first to you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, everyone. Here it's good to be with friends on the stage, and thank you for everyone who came to hear us, as this conversation is extremely important, and especially today more than ever. And I would start by saying, I think for most of us who are engaged in what's happening, we don't believe there is a ceasefire really at the moment, because as you mentioned, the fire hasn't ceased. Yesterday we had 45 children being killed in a bombing, barely made it into most news, where I spend a lot of my time in the States, for example, was an asterisk kind of in the lowest point of any articles in media. So looking at what's happening in Gaza, looking at what's happening in the West Bank. We have pogroms in a level that has never existed before in the olive harvest today. So ceasefire is a very hard word for us, I think, to use. And therefore, I would say the first important thing to do is to make sure a ceasefire does happen. And signing an agreement isn't the goal here, but actually the enforcement of that agreement is the first priority we should have, is making sure that people are not killed, making sure that there is an environment in which we can look forward. Right now, I can tell you, speaking to the Palestinian society, speaking to Palestinian communities, and it's very hard to talk about peace as people are getting killed, but it is important to talk about it, because the moment we don't have a vision to where we are going, then there's nothing to fight for. And if we don't have a vision, we don't have a dream, we don't have an articulated place where we're heading, it's not doable. So first is to actually have a ceasefire. And the second, I would say, is to be very clear what's the end goal here. And the end goal is ending the occupation, is having a permanent agreement, a peace agreement. And it's important to differentiate between ceasefire and a peace agreement, because ceasefire meaning absence of killing, absence of violence, and that's not the end goal here. Going back to kind of before October 7th, even then there wasn't really an absence of killing, but going back to kind of what many in the international community called conflict management is not acceptable, is not what we want. So I think the goal for the next steps is really a clear path toward ending the occupation, toward self-determination for Palestinians and for Israelis as well, to have an agreement that is sustainable and that really guarantees a future for both Israelis and Palestinians.
Wonderful, thank you, Aziz. Yael, the same question to you from your perspective, obviously wearing a number of hats, I should note. I'd be very interested what you think the most urgent priorities are for us today.
Yeah, I think the challenge, and I'm going to just piggyback on Aziz a bit, I think the challenge is both having a vision that will be sustainable and will be legitimate on the ground, and then taking the steps that are urgent and necessary, because winter is coming in Gaza, and 85% of Gaza is destroyed, and so you need the real questions of livelihood in its most basic form are the most important questions, but it's also very important how you implement these measures, because these measures can be implemented ad hoc, emergency, interim, whatever, just trying to kind of close up holes. Or you can build institutions on the ground that are already carrying out these urgent tasks in a way that grounds Palestinian leadership in the governance structures, with the aid of international experts and funding and, of course, support. Critical, can't move without that. But also having these systems being forward-looking towards a long-term solution, which, I mean, I'll go into it a little bit later, but what we see at A Land for All is two states within a confederation framework where you have a lot of shared institutions that work together, so in environment and public health and certain economic measures. And you can begin to build those right now as you're putting in the governance structures. And so having this double vision, right? The long-term political imagination, where do we want to go? How do we get there? And also implementing on the ground the things that are most necessary, but knowing that without Palestinian leadership, without having the Palestinian state as an end goal of anything you do, we're not going to be able to come out of it.
Excellent, thank you, Yael. And Romaric, over to you, I suppose, this tension between the immediate, the humanitarian, the short term, the medium term, the long term. You have the responsibility, I suppose, to hold all of those simultaneously and try and design a strategy through it. I'd be very interested in your perspective on where we stand today in late October.
Well, thank you. Yes, indeed, it's, as you said, one of the most pressing problems, issues that we have to deal with. There is a humanitarian situation in Gaza that is remains daunting, unjustifiable, and it is our collective duty to address it clearly. And the first step to do that is to indeed implement the ceasefire. I think perhaps as a nuance to what has been said earlier by Aziz, I think we shouldn't minimize the breakthrough that was the announcement of the ceasefire. And I think for this we should pay tribute to President Trump's leadership in relinquishing the former approach of focusing the negotiation on a limited ceasefire versus a hostage deal, and embracing the logic of the New York Declaration that we crafted with, together with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and a number of other partners, which were really instrumental, and with the help of the civil society as well in our work towards the two-state solution conference in New York. This New York Declaration really tried to tie the near-term solution of a ceasefire, the freeing of all hostages, and the humanitarian relief with the medium term of the transitional arrangement that we need to put together to deal with the situation in Gaza in the short term, and the longer-term vision of having a two-state solution with a democratic, demilitarized Palestine living side by side with Israel within fully integrated in the region with security arrangements that would be put in place. And I think that's what the Trump plan redigested realized, and now the key focus for us is really first the implementation of the ceasefire, and that leads us to trying to contribute to the first elements being put in place on the ground with the the military-civilian coordination center that the US have put in place in Israel. Fostering a mandate for the International Stabilization Force, which is absolutely necessary to stabilize the situation on the ground and monitor the ceasefire, support the deployment of Palestinian forces to enforce law and disarm Hamas and be able to protect civilians. And we need for that a UN Security Council mandate. And we are working on it. So that's the first priority, I think. The second priority is the humanitarian and relief and reconstruction. As you mentioned, there is winter is coming. We are all very concerned and very mindful of that. People are living in shelters, in tents, or just in the street. And this is not sustainable in the very short term. So we need really to prepare for to muster all the energies for that, ensure that there is full access of humanitarian relief, that the INGOs can participate fully, and we need to put together the financial resources for that with an international conference that will be held, we hope, in Egypt, and that we will co-organize with Egypt. So that's the second priority, I would say. And the third one is really to build, as you mentioned, there is also the need to bring in a governance for this transitional framework in which the roles will be defined between the Board of Peace, the Technocratic Committee, Palestinian Technocratic Committee, and the relationship with the Palestinian Authority, which is absolutely instrumental as well, because we know that there needs to be full Palestinian ownership for these transitional arrangements if we want them to succeed and not to be perceived as a new form of occupation. So that's really critical. We are working on that. And to achieve that, we need to work and to progress on the Palestinian Authority reform, which is also a key element of the puzzle. We secured historic commitments from President Abbas in the work towards ramping up towards the New York conference. And now we feel accountable of these commitments, and we, together with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are keen to continue to support the implementation of these reforms and to ensure that they are actually implemented.
Thank you, Romaric. And a laundry list of priorities there, from the short to the long term. And Naveen, from your perspective, interfacing with 180 organizations, but also as a Palestinian in Jerusalem during this war and looking ahead, I'd be fascinated to get a sense of what you think the biggest threats or opportunities or priorities are for us in this moment.
Thank you so much for this opportunity and being on this amazing panel with esteemed colleagues and friends. And thank you for the audience as well. So as a Palestinian who chose to work in peace building and building bridges between Palestinians and Israelis, I think first of all, I fully agree with everything that has been said. The number one is to make sure that the ceasefire is implemented and it's not just ink on papers. That's the number one. And I think I'm going to take us a step back as well, which is the recognition of the Palestinian state, and that has been happening across the world. And I think the first thing that we also need to do, in addition, of course, to the ceasefire and the humanitarian aid, is to think of recognition plus, which is to set a plan towards a peace process. It's not good enough just to say we recognize Palestine full stop. We would say we need you to say we recognize Palestine plus this is what a peace process looks like. This is the economic prosperities that are going to come for both the Palestinians and the Israelis. This is how security is going to be maintained and guaranteed for both the Israelis and the Palestinians. And this is the way forward. So this would be like number one for us. The second thing is, I think as a Palestinian, is of course the reconstruction of Gaza and the humanitarian aid. This is number one. And the second thing would be the reconciliation of Palestinian factions as well, and seeing this reconciliation between the West Bank and Gaza and East Jerusalem, to think of, I think, Aziz, you mentioned it a little bit, a vision of where we want to go as Palestinians. So it's not only about what Israel is obligated to do or the international community, but it's also on us as Palestinians to think of that vision. And this is where civil society can come in and play a huge role as well. At the same time, elections. Now we're talking about elections both in Israel and in Palestine, but in Palestine specifically, civil society has been working with younger people, younger generations, to prepare them to be the leaders for the future as well. And I think once we have ceasefire and the reconstruction process, we should look internally within Palestine and have elections and a democratic process. Of course, when I say reconstruction, it's very easy to build buildings. It's very easy to make cities these days. You use artificial intelligence. We have, as humans, we have the most sophisticated equipment. But what about the people who are in Gaza? And what about the people who have been suffering as well in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem and in Israel? And I think we need not only to talk about reconstruction, but we also need to talk about rehabilitation and trauma healing, which is very necessary. We need to look at all the orphans in Gaza. We need to look at all the women, all the men who are deeply traumatized. And how are you going to offer them a future, a vision for the future as well? And at the larger picture, also working with people, since I come from a civil society, we also need to be considering the political imagination for both the Palestinians and the Israelis. Both Palestinians and Israelis have been hijacked for so long in the same narratives of extremism and radicalization. We need to come up with a process of political imagination and actually offering people, what does a two-state solution look like? What does it actually bring? And what does it mean in the framework of regional integration as well? So I think these are some of the steps that can happen. But of course, number one is a real ceasefire.
Wonderful. Thank you, Naveen. So we've got a good sense of the context and the immediate priorities, and I think a lot of food for thought on different roles that both civil society and creative multilateral diplomacy can play in addressing those threats and potentially opening up some of the opportunities. As Romaric mentioned, we had hundreds of Israelis and Palestinians hosted here in June as part of a conference under the high patronage of President Macron, which fed in many ideas into the New York Declaration process, with 8 working groups led by Israeli Israelis and Palestinians that mapped on to the working groups meeting at a state-to-state level in New York, we believe it was a good example of how civil society can do a lot of different things, developing leaders and public opinion support, but also very importantly, policies. Sometimes if you listen to Israeli and international diplomats, you'd be forgiven for thinking you're hearing something you heard 20 or 30 years ago without all that much innovation or change. And we believe civil society has very interesting new ideas. And Yael, I want to turn to you about this particular role for civil society to seed the international diplomatic realm with these new ideas that are born from Israelis and Palestinians. And then also maybe whether or not those ideas may prosper better in a multilateral process than they have historically in a unilateral one.
Thanks. I think that's probably the most important thing that we could talk about here, because there's this issue of how do you work on the ground in Israel and Palestine, and how do you integrate the work of the international community that is so critical. I mean, so critical, and I think it's very true that we have to really acknowledge this moment where there is a ceasefire agreement, and there is this involvement after decades of this stagnation. And speaking of the stagnation, I think that it's super important not to go back to speaking about this very stale two-state solution that was present and failed at the time. And I think that, yes, absolutely, the necessity of the two states is critical. Both peoples are not post-national in any way, right? I mean, we really need that. But we can't think of it as separation and segregation, that you're going to build a big wall and then that's going to work, because it failed miserably. And the worst of it failed on the 7th of October. And that, with the heart of that day and of all the days that ensued, also brings us opportunity to look and say, okay, how do we create two states within a framework that actually acknowledges the relationship of people to the entire land? When we talk about Palestinian fragmentation, so you have Gaza and the West Bank and Jerusalem and the diaspora, and even to just unite that, you need to be able to move across the land. And also for Israelis, so many view the land of Israel as their homeland. You can completely disagree, but it doesn't matter that that is what is. And so what we're offering is having two states within this confederation model, where you have shared institutions that deal with environment and public health. And it also, I mean, I'm not going to go into, we have policy suggestions for each aspect of life in this kind of solution. But what it helps with is getting through the hardest questions that have always been. The first is security. And one of the things that I think that as civil society we should highlight is that rights, giving rights, really helps with security. That's it's the most important thing. And historically, even within Israel. We can go into it after if it's of interest. And then there's the issue of integration. Even Palestinians and Israelis are integrated. Our lives are intertwined across the land. And that's something that people don't understand enough. But it is a lived experience. It is one of war and fear and misconception. But it is. And so working with those realities on the ground is really what can change. Now, one thing that I think that is so important about this international involvement, which I see as it's really a breath of fresh air, and it renews our possibility. Israelis, and of course Palestinians, have to see change on the ground. They have to see how agreements change their lives. It can be with freedom of movement and new permits. It can be with a new sense of security. It can be with recognition. There are all these different levels in which it can happen. But the only way it can happen is when you have the initiatives that are coming from inside and then get the international recognition and pressure, sustained pressure that doesn't stop. So I'll stop there. and we can go into
Excellent.
other things.
Thank you, Yael. So in addition, obviously, to civil society being incredibly important for generating these policy ideas that are so needed and relate to the moment right now, civil society is also the prime actor for being able to deal with trauma. And it's a word we've already heard quite a bit so far on the panel. It's a cliche maybe, but by definition, every conflict ever was ended by traumatized people. Trauma is a byproduct of conflict, particularly the sort of interethnic and violent conflict we've seen in Israel-Palestine. So it shouldn't be a barrier, but it does need to be a reality that you properly grapple with and integrate and are conscious of. And Naveen, I'd love to hear from you, as somebody who's been working on this issue quite a bit, dealing with very deep trauma, which is ongoing. We're not even in post-trauma yet, we're still in trauma, about how that can be, how civil society can engage and integrate with it and not make it a barrier toward the diplomatic breakthrough I think we all agree is necessary.
Okay, so yeah, first of all, we're also traumatized. The people who came from the region were also traumatized on this stage as well. And I think here there's a couple of things that civil society can do as like in parallel to actually doing the trauma work and the healing and the psychosocial support that's very much needed. So first of all, we've heard about, for example, the stabilization force that can be from the international community towards Gaza. And I think civil society can play that role in stabilizing the situation in Gaza whilst they are using a holistic approach of trauma-informed programming and stabilizing the situation. It's bringing people who knows the situation, who know the people themselves, and we can basically play that role. At the same time, I think if you look at civil society, we just met for the very first time in 2 years in a small place called Beit Jala, which is in Palestine. It's considered Area C, where both Palestinians and Israelis have access to. And the Palestinians don't need a permit to meet Israelis. And we have met for the very first time in 2 years, just last week. And we were almost 80 civil society organizations presented in that room. And we spent the whole day together. Now, why am I saying that? Because it seems almost impossible that civil society was able to meet. We met, but we met outside, we met in conferences outside, but for the first time to be able to meet on like in the place of conflict, 80 of us were there in that room. And I'm bringing it up because the 80 civil society organizations who were in that room were basically talking about what are we going to do, what is our role right now if a ceasefire holds. And the very first thing we heard is about trust building. And then we also heard a lot about trauma healing. We cannot have peace, we cannot have a sustainable, long-lasting peace if we didn't deal with the trauma and victimhood mentality that both peoples are dealing with. And at the same time, of course, they also said trauma healing is really important, but we cannot also ignore the fact that we need to create a new peace narrative. There's a narrative that the extremists on both sides have hijacked and are feeding into the publics. And we need, as civil society, to come up with, we do have the narrative for peace, but we do need to have communication campaigns, advocacy campaigns, public campaigns to make sure that we're offering this image, this narrative for the future generations as well. And we can also do humanitarian aid. I mean, right now in Gaza, and even during the war, civil society did not stop its work in Gaza. We have organizations like Arava and Ad-Dumur, a Palestinian and an Israeli organization that were participating together to provide safe shelter, water and sanitation, and food for communities, displaced communities in Gaza. And of course, there's many others. EcoPeace is another example that we're also trying to provide water and sanitation for communities in Gaza. And that is all together with a trauma healing that is much needed. And one of the other things that I want to really mention is that whilst we're doing trauma healing and all the civil society work, we cannot ignore the role of youth and women. And actually, we made a survey where we found out that 70% of peace-building initiatives are led by women. And women cannot only stay at the level of civil society. If we're actually also talking about trauma healing, inclusive peace, women need to be presented at the table, the political table. They need to be presented in any reconstruction conferences that are taking place. And I remember the reconstruction conference that took place in Cairo in 2015, at that time, didn't have any women, didn't have civil society. And this time, it needs to be different. Women need to be at the table, and civil society need to be there. We actually wrote a whole, I don't have a copy with me here. Usually I would show it. Recommendations of what peace would look like, what reconstruction should look like, humanitarian aid, peace narratives, international humanitarian law, from the level of the grassroots to the level of communities and the real diplomatic process. And this document needs to be fed in the political level and needs to be taken into consideration in any diplomatic process as well. That, of course, has trauma healing in it.
Excellent. Thank you, Naveen. So as you're seeing, there's a wealth of policy ideas, trauma-focused programming, engaging deeply with Israelis and Palestinians as they exist today after this shattering 2 years. But we also need something called political imagination, the ability to be able to really envision a very different, transformed reality that is essential to get from where we are now, which is dystopian, to somewhere much more just and equal. And Aziz, this is a particular field that you and your peace partner, Maoz Anan, I think have been innovative on. I want to give Aziz some credit as well. We've seen the integration of civil society into Israeli-Palestinian diplomacy in the last year and a half. Largely that's to the credit of Aziz and Maoz, who helped to get the support of Pope Francis for the G7 to change that policy. And having seen how he did it, there was some political imagination at work there, I think, as well, to persuade international leaders to imagine a different reality. I'd love you to tell me how you can get those traumatized Israelis and Palestinians that we're speaking about to see over that hill and understand how they can work toward it together.
Amazing. And I'll tell the story how we got Pope Francis to sign that document and to adopt that document. But I want to start with what Naveen has said, because I think it's really important that peacemakers, when we look at the peacemaking community, we don't think of it only as kind of what we're doing here. We get in a conference room and we talk about peace building and that's it. There's a much bigger role for peace building communities. And part of that is that trauma healing. Part of that is even in the humanitarian world, part of that in the education world. And one of the first things Maoz and I did when we founded Interact was connecting to those communities and seeing ourselves as part of a bigger ecosystem. So one of the first things we did was connecting with OLMEP and saying, how can we be of service to the community? We looked at the Palestinian community especially and said, okay, there's a problem right now with education. We're gonna start a scholarship program. There's a problem after October 7th with getting food and medicine, so on, to Palestinian villages in the West Bank that are facing pogroms. So we start working with the groups like Rabbis for Human Rights and delivering those needs. And the society need to see us that we are meeting the needs of what they're facing. We can't only be talking about peace when they're like, wait a second, but I can't even get food to my family. What are you talking about? I can't even get my girl to go to school, so what are you talking about? So that's the first thing. The second, what we realized is no one seemed to be talking about hope. Nobody seems to talk about vision, especially after October 7th. It seems to be totally absent of the conversation. And so what we decided to do, this is the thing we wanted to adopt, is to spread hope, to convince people to have a vision, to say we have a dream and we shouldn't be ashamed of having that dream, to have that the focus not only on what the solution is, but also what the values that we're building that solution on. Equality, dignity, whether we have 2 states or 1 state or 3 states, even more important of what the solution, and I'm a huge supporter of Land for All, but even more important, I would say, what we're building it on. Is it built on equality? Because you can have 2 states. If there's no equality, you can end up with Russia and Ukraine. You can have 1 state and we can end up like Rwanda, where you have, 1 million people, more than 1 million people killed within 3 months. So talking about the values we're building this on. And third, peacemakers must be at the table. This is really important, what Naveen said earlier. And I think very unique into what the French did that isn't done usually, is we're not invited in the dialogue meetings. We're not invited usually to the peace negotiations. The Trump peace plan, peacemakers were not as involved in that. And what we're trying to do is to have that imagination of saying peacemakers' role isn't only in the civil society, it's also in diplomatic world, and we need to be in those tables. And so when we met with Pope Francis, we were invited to meet him in Verona in May last year. And we didn't know exactly how it's going to go. And so we talked with OMIP because we felt this is an opportunity not only to promote ourselves as an organization, as Interact, but to promote the whole peace movement and the whole civil society group. And we decided to bring a paper with us that talks about the importance of civil society and support of civil society. And we got the chance to go and meet with Pope Francis in front of 13,000 people. And then we pulled up the paper and asked if it's a little more complicated than that, but this story sounds better. And it was fascinating that he not only signed that letter, but was happy to adopt that letter and take it with him to the G7 meeting. And that shows leadership as well. It shows the kind of leadership we need today, of religious, political, civil society leadership, of saying we need to all work together. We need to be willing to push our imagination and our boundaries and say, how can we reach places we haven't reached before? And if we can't get it through politicians, then we need to look through elsewhere. So it might be faith leaders, it might be civil society leaders, it might be influencers, it might be artists, and so on. This is the imagination that we need today.
Excellent, thank you, Aziz. And Romaric, we need to be careful as civil society here on a table and on a panel, kind of being self-congratulatory about our own role. I'd like to hear from your perspective about how you see the integration of civil society. And again, France has led on this, implementing the policy that Aziz mentioned, and really having it as a through line from Paris in June to the New York Declaration, and now hopefully with the implementation of the Trump plan. But also feel free to be critical. What can we do better? How can civil society's role be better leveraged in service of these goals?
Well, thank you. Yes, for me, civil society, I have a very personal vision of what it can bring. Is just the day after, you remember we had this civil society meeting in Paris on the 13th of June with a lot of emotion, I think, and yet positive ideas, hope, a message of hope that was conveyed to the leaders, and that really inspired them, I think, to give them the strength to move forward. But the day after, it was just at the beginning of this 12 days war between Israel and Iran, and the whole sky was closed, and so we had 100 of people stuck in Paris on the 14th of June, and it was amazing to see all these people scrambling to find solutions for getting their way back home, and yet within all this scrambling moment, sitting together and working, I mean, using the spare time to work together, to put their energy and to devise new projects to implement in the service of peace. For me, it was a very inspiring moment, I must say. But going back to the rationale of why we decided to actually bring in civil society really at the heart of this initiative. What happened on October 7th, as you said, was really, I mean, it was horrific, and it really defied human conscience, but it was a huge failure for diplomacy. And it's not only Israeli and Palestinian and Israeli failure, it's the whole international community that has put so much effort since the Oslo Agreement to support this process, the peace process, and that really was completely wrecked. And so there was with the ongoing war, the deepening humanitarian crisis in Gaza, a deep sense that there was a need to reset the thinking on that. And This field is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is probably one of the most codified diplomatic corpus. You have hundreds of resolutions from the UN Security Council, the UN General Assembly, the Human Rights Council, where every word is deeply measured, countries looking at these words like totems, entrenched positions by states defending their national interests, and so it's very difficult to move that. And so if we wanted to actually change the balance and reset the language, we had to go beyond classic diplomacy and really involve civil society to reach beyond governments and push them to change their classic diplomatic positions. And so civil society was important in that regards to support, to give the French leadership courage to change our position on recognizing the state of Palestine. It was something we were supporting for a long time, but still differing to the end of the peace process. And so it took a lot of, I think, courage to change this equation and to put this in the balance. And it actually worked in the fact that other countries like Qatar, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, all the Arab states, saw that we were ready to make this move. And in return, I think, understood they had to make a move themselves on really condemning the 7th October terrorist attacks, condemning Hamas, supporting its withdrawal from the Gaza governance, supporting its disarmament, which was really the key breakthrough of the New York statement, the New York Declaration. And so we really saw this move because we could muster the support of the civil society to bringing what diplomats sometimes don't have, because we are here to defend our national policy interests, a human dimension of people who have so much suffering to unpack, and yet an ability to go beyond that suffering and to convey this message of hope. So that was key at that moment. But now let's indeed, as you said, there are things we need to do better. We have not broken, I would say, the cognitive bubbles in which the societies, both the Palestinian society and the Israeli society live in, which are different bubbles where the other part is too often invisibilized or dehumanized, and we know if we want to achieve real peace, long-term peace, we need to overcome that, and civil society will be absolutely instrumental in keeping us accountable, governments, for what we are doing. Of course, the parties directly, but also the international community in implementing its commitments. And also continuing to engage with the other party, with the societies, which will actually, eventually, we hope, in Israel they will vote, that's for sure, it's an established democracy. In Palestine there has not been elections for quite some time. These elections will be crucial whenever they come, to show, to convey a renewed legitimacy to the Palestinian institutions and enable them to make the extra mile for peace, and I think on both sides. And so if we don't achieve the change in the mindset of the people who will vote, we will not have a chance to achieve success. So civil society has to be a part in that.
Thank you, Romak. That's actually an excellent segue to maybe the last point we'll make, because I know we're close on the end of time. So we've talked about two legs of a three-legged strategy: civil society, diplomacy, but political leadership is necessary as well. I think it's fair to say it's been completely absent for a very, very long time. We may have elections in both Israel and Palestine in the next year or so for the first time ever at the same time. And with civil society having this role of being able to socialize concepts, take them out on the streets, build consent, awareness, de-risk them so the incredibly disappointing political leaders we've unfortunately received in our fate can maybe pick them up and take them to their electorates. Just very briefly, because we should address this elite level political question in the elections one. Yael, I'd love to hear your analysis, not so much kind of the horse race of Israeli politics, but how civil society can play a critical role in shifting in a better direction than we've seen it in recent years.
In very short, I want to make the connection between the civil society, the civil leadership that has grown in the last 2 years in the protest movement against what Netanyahu's government, and the necessity of international involvement in bridging that gap between what is domestic issues considered and what is international issues, which is war and the occupation. And I think this is where civil society is critical, but also kind of making that connection between these new leaderships that are coming and very inarticulate in the diplomatic, so kind of speaking a new register that involves them and that will allow them to kind of grab on to this new, very important regional involvement that we can't not have. And there's a beginning of that it really exists when you say to people who have never been involved in anti-occupation work that you're working towards a regional solution that includes a Palestinian state, they'll go on board with you much more than when you're just talking about a bilateral. So, and this is like with numbers. So that's where we really have to push forward what we know.
Thank you, Yael. I mean, we're out of time, but I would just note on that point, we've been running polling at Olmep via AI Pulse that shows 72% of Israeli voters in the forthcoming elections are willing to accept a regional deal that includes a Palestinian state, yet not a single mainstream political leader is articulating that as their political policy. I think Likud is the biggest party, has 30-something% of the vote. This is almost double their electoral vote who are willing to accept such an idea. So we need to see society in both Palestine and in Israel take these ideas out, show there's a constituency for them, and force leaders who are unfortunately not heroes to begin to adopt policies that can actually redeem both peoples. I want to get a big round of applause for our excellent panel. And thank you all for making the time to hear from both civil society and diplomacy. Thank you.
developing their objective and having a systemic change in global governance. And that's where the Scale Up program comes in.
Every year, we have a call for solutions from which 60 projects are showcased at our annual event at the Paris Peace Forum. Out of those projects, we have 10 projects that are selected by a jury to benefit from the year of Scale Up support. We try to help them determine the objectives that they want to change within that 1 year with the mentors.
Le rôle d'un mentor est celui de, disons, aider à rester concentré, de dire la vérité, de créer et de faciliter des connexions, des relations, et de donner des conseils.
Often the hardest part is to not just get in the room, but to know how to, who to talk to and what things and issues matter to the people you're engaging with. So our mentors were really helpful across all those things.
What was more rewarding is to see that we were able to take the SCUP project from point A to point B, supporting the growth of the project, identifying the blind spots, and helping the project leaders to make significant progress over the course of 1 year.
The Scale program has 3 pillars. So firstly, we have the mentorship, where each project is paired up with 2 high-level experts, the capacity building workshops every month, and a support from the Paris Peace Forum Secretariat.
The types of projects are very diverse and they come from all over the world.
The first day that the war in Ukraine started, we put all our regular activity on hold and we started building the digital infrastructure that was needed by the refugees coming into Romania.
Josia est un programme pour sauvegarder le patrimoine en situation d'urgence. Faire partie du Scale Up programme nous a permis de réaliser à quel point nous agissons pour la paix.
Empatia is a project that promotes the use of AI to solve public issues such as health, development, or climate change.
The purpose of the initiative is to create collaboration on environmental issues across the India-Pakistan border on issues like air pollution, water usage, and sustainable agriculture.
The Scale Up program is an accelerator of global governance solutions. We aim to help project teams be better equipped to influence and challenge governance, and ultimately help them amplify their impact and their reach.
Being recognised for the work we were trying to do to make change globally out of Africa and out of the global south was part of what the Scale Up Award meant for us.
We've had a phenomenal year throughout the SCUP program, and I think the secret to kind of growing and scaling impact is collaboration.
To both project leaders and to experts.
Paris Peace Forum was built in 2018 with the idea that global collaboration can be reinvented from the bottom up, and that impactful solutions already exist out there. And unfortunately, some of those solutions fall short in achieving their objective and having a systemic change in global governance. And that's where the Scale Up program comes in.
Every year, we have a call for solutions from which 60 projects are showcased at our annual event at the Paris Peace Forum. Out of those projects, we have 10 projects that are selected by a jury to benefit from the year of Scale Up support. We try to help them determine the objectives that they want to change within that 1 year with the mentors.
Le rôle d'un mentor est celui de, disons, aider à rester concentré, de dire la vérité, de créer et de faciliter des connexions, des relations, et de donner des conseils.
Often the hardest part is to not just get in the room, but to know how to, who to talk to and what things and issues matter to the people you're engaging with. So our mentors were really helpful across all those things.
What was more rewarding is to see that we were able to take the SCUP project from point A to point B, supporting the growth of the project, identifying the blind spots, and helping the project leaders to make significant progress over the course of 1 year.
The Scale Up program has 3 pillars. So firstly, we have the mentorship, where each project is paired up with 2 high-level experts, the capacity building workshops every month, and a support from the Paris Peace Forum Secretariat.
The types of projects are very diverse and they come from all over the world.
The first day that the war in Ukraine started, we put all our regular activity on hold and we started building the digital infrastructure that was needed by the refugees coming into Romania.
Josia est un programme pour sauvegarder le patrimoine en situation d'urgence. Faire partie du Scale Up programme nous a permis de réaliser à quel point nous agissons pour la paix.
Empatia is a project that promotes the use of AI to solve public issues such as health, development, or climate change.
The purpose of the initiative is to create collaboration on environmental issues across the India-Pakistan border on issues like air pollution, water usage, and sustainable agriculture.
The Scale Up program is an accelerator of global governance solutions. We aim to help project teams be better equipped to influence and challenge governance, and ultimately help them amplify their impact and their reach.
Being recognised for the work we were trying to do to make change globally out of Africa and out of the global south was part of what the Scale Up Award meant for us.
We've had a phenomenal year throughout the SCUP program, and I think the secret to kind of growing and scaling impact is collaboration.
To both project leaders and to experts, we ask them, please join us and get involved with the Scale Up program.
The Paris Peace Forum was built in 2018 with the idea that global collaboration can be reinvented from the bottom up, and that impactful solutions already exist out there. And unfortunately, some of those solutions fall short in achieving their objective and having a systemic change in global governance. And that's where the Scale Up program comes in.
Every year, we have a call for solutions from which 60 projects are showcased at our annual event at the Paris Peace Forum. Out of those projects, we have 10 projects that are selected by a jury to benefit from the year of Scale Up support. We try to help them determine the objectives that they want to change within that 1 year with the mentors.
Le rôle d'un mentor est celui de, disons, aider à rester concentré, de dire la vérité, de créer et de faciliter des connexions, des relations, et de donner des conseils.
Often the hardest part is to not just get in the room, but to know how to, who to talk to and what things and issues matter to the people you're engaging with. So our mentors were really helpful across all those things.
What was more rewarding is to see that we were able to take the SCUP project from point A to point B, supporting the growth of the project, identifying the blind spots, and helping the project leaders to make significant progress over the course of 1 year.
The Scale program has 3 pillars. So firstly, we have the mentorship, where each project is paired up with 2 high-level experts, the capacity building workshops every month, and a support from the Paris Peace Forum Secretariat.
The types of projects are very diverse and they come from all over the world.
The first day that the war in Ukraine started, we put all our regular activity on hold and we started building the digital infrastructure that was needed by the refugees coming into Romania.
Josia est un programme pour sauvegarder le patrimoine en situation d'urgence. Faire partie du Scale Up programme nous a permis de réaliser à quel point nous agissons pour la paix.
Empatia is a project that promotes the use of AI to solve public issues such as health, development, or climate change.
The purpose of the initiative is to create collaboration on environmental issues across the India-Pakistan border on issues like air pollution, water usage, and sustainable agriculture.
The Scale Up program is an accelerator of global governance solutions. We aim to help project teams be better equipped to influence and challenge governance, and ultimately help them amplify their impact and their reach.
Being recognised for the work we were trying to do to make change globally out of Africa and out of the global south was part of what the Scale Up Award meant for us.
We've had a phenomenal year throughout the SCUP program, and I think the secret to kind of growing and scaling impact is collaboration.
To both project leaders and to experts, we ask them, please join us and get involved with the Scale program.
Paris Peace Forum was built in 2018 with the idea that global collaboration can be reinvented from the bottom up, and that impactful solutions already exist out there. And unfortunately, some of those solutions fall short in achieving their objective and having a systemic change in global governance. And that's where the Scale Up program comes in.
Every year, we have a call for solutions from which 60 projects are showcased at our annual event at the Paris Peace Forum. Out of those projects, we have 10 projects that are selected by a jury to benefit from the year of Scale Up support. We try to help them determine the objectives that they want to change within that 1 year with the mentors.
Le rôle d'un mentor est celui de, disons, aider à rester concentré, de dire la vérité, de créer et de faciliter des connexions, des relations, et de donner des conseils.
Often the hardest part is to not just get in the room, but to know how to, who to talk to and what things and issues matter to the people you're engaging with. So our mentors were really helpful across all those things.
What was more rewarding is to see that we were able to take the SCUP project from point A to point B, supporting the growth of the project, identifying the blind spots, and helping the project leaders to make significant progress over the course of 1 year.
The Scale program has 3 pillars. So firstly, we have the mentorship, where each project is paired up with 2 high-level experts, the capacity building workshops every month, and a support from the Paris Peace Forum Secretariat.
The types of projects are very diverse and they come from all over the world.
The first day that the war in Ukraine started, we put all our regular activity on hold and we started building the digital infrastructure that was needed by the refugees coming into Romania.
Josia est un programme pour sauvegarder le patrimoine en situation d'urgence. Faire partie du Scale Up programme nous a permis de réaliser à quel point nous agissons pour la paix.
Empatia is a project that promotes the use of AI to solve public issues such as health, development, or climate change.
The purpose of the initiative is to create collaboration on environmental issues across the India-Pakistan border on issues like air pollution, water usage, and sustainable agriculture.
The Scale Up program is an accelerator of global governance solutions. We aim to help project teams be better equipped to influence and challenge governance, and ultimately help them amplify their impact and their reach.
Being recognised for the work we were trying to do to make change globally out of Africa and out of the global south was part of what the Scale Up Award meant for us.
We've had a phenomenal year throughout the SCUP program, and I think the secret to kind of growing and scaling impact is collaboration.
To both project leaders and to experts, we ask them, please join us and get involved with the Scale program.
The Paris Peace Forum was built in 2018 with the idea that global collaboration can be reinvented from the bottom up, and that impactful solutions already exist out there. And unfortunately, some of those solutions fall short in achieving their objective and having a systemic change in global governance. And that's where the Scale Up program comes in.
Every year, we have a call for solutions from which 60 projects are showcased at our annual event at the Paris Peace Forum. Out of those projects, we have 10 projects that are selected by a jury to benefit from the year of Scale Up support. We try to help them determine the objectives that they want to change within that 1 year with the mentors.
Le rôle d'un mentor est celui de, disons, aider à rester concentré, de dire la vérité, de créer et de faciliter des connexions, des relations, et de donner des conseils.
Often the hardest part is to not just get in the room, but to know how to, who to talk to and what things and issues matter to the people you're engaging with. So our mentors were really helpful across all those things.
What was more rewarding is to see that we were able to take the SCUP project from point A to point B, supporting the growth of the project, identifying the blind spots, and helping the project leaders to make significant progress over the course of 1 year.
The Scale program has 3 pillars. So firstly, we have the mentorship, where each project is paired up with 2 high-level experts, the capacity building workshops every month, and a support from the Paris Peace Forum Secretariat.
The types of projects are very diverse, and they come from all over the world.
The first day that the war in Ukraine started, we put all our regular activity on hold and we started building the digital infrastructure that was needed by the refugees coming into Romania.
Josia est un programme pour sauvegarder le patrimoine en situation d'urgence. Faire partie du Scale Up programme nous a permis de réaliser à quel point nous agissons pour la paix.
Empatia is a project that promotes the use of AI to solve public issues such as health, development, or climate change.
The purpose of the initiative is to create collaboration on environmental issues across the India-Pakistan border on issues like air pollution, water usage, and sustainable agriculture.
The Scale Up program is an accelerator of global governance solutions. We aim to help project teams be better equipped to influence and challenge governance, and ultimately help them amplify their impact and their reach.
Being recognised for the work we were trying to do to make change globally out of Africa and out of the global south was part of what the Scale Up Award meant for us.
We've had a phenomenal year throughout the SCUP program, and I think the secret to kind of growing and scaling impact is collaboration.
To both project leaders and to experts, we ask them, please join us and get involved with the Scale program.
Paris Peace Forum was built in 2018 with the idea that global collaboration can be reinvented from the bottom up, and that impactful solutions already exist out there. And unfortunately, some of those solutions fall short in achieving their objective and having a systemic change in global governance. And that's where the Scale Up program comes in.
Every year, we have a call for solutions from which 60 projects are showcased at our annual event at the Paris Peace Forum. Out of those projects, we have 10 projects that are selected by a jury to benefit from the year of Scale Up support. We try to help them determine the objectives that they want to change within that 1 year with the mentors.
Le rôle d'un mentor est celui de, disons, aider à rester concentré, de dire la vérité, de créer et de faciliter des connexions, des relations, et de donner des conseils.
Often the hardest part is to not just get in the room, but to know how to, who to talk to and what things and issues matter to the people you're engaging with. So our mentors were really helpful across all those things.
What was more rewarding is to see that we were able to take the SCUP project from point A to point B, supporting the growth of the project, identifying the blind spots, and helping the project leaders to make significant progress over the course of 1 year.
The Scale Up program has 3 pillars. So firstly, we have the mentorship, where each project is paired up with 2 high-level experts, the capacity building workshops every month, and a support from the Paris Peace Forum Secretariat.
The types of projects are very diverse and they come from all over the world.
The first day that the war in Ukraine started, we put all our regular activity on hold and we started building the digital infrastructure that was needed by the refugees coming into Romania.
Josia est un programme pour sauvegarder le patrimoine en situation d'urgence. Faire partie du Scale Up programme nous a permis de réaliser à quel point nous agissons pour la paix.
Empatia is a project that promotes the use of AI to solve public issues such as health, development, or climate change.
The purpose of the initiative is to create collaboration on environmental issues across the India-Pakistan border on issues like air pollution, water usage, and sustainable agriculture.
The Scale Up program is an accelerator of global governance solutions. We aim to help project teams be better equipped to influence and challenge governance, and ultimately help them amplify their impact and their reach.
Being recognised for the work we were trying to do to make change globally out of Africa and out of the global south was part of what the Scale Up Award meant for us.
We've had a phenomenal year throughout the SCUP program, and I think the secret to kind of growing and scaling impact is collaboration.
To both project leaders and to experts, we ask them, please join us and get involved with the Scale Up program.
Hi everyone, it's nice to see you here today. So for today's panel, I want to invite all of us here to ask ourselves one question. It's a simple one, yet one with enormous consequences. What does AI owe children? Because the decisions we make today will really shape tomorrow's world. It will shape how children grow, how they learn, how they interact. And the things with children is they don't remain children, they become adults. They are our future, they are the citizens that will make the decision, that will drive the future. So we really have to think about how we want them to grow. I can picture many words. I can see a world where we have a 15 years old, a bit insecure, having a hard time. And like a lot of teens today, prefers to talk to an AI than a friend because it's easier. Gone is the stress of starting a conversation with someone new that they don't know. Gone is the stress of not knowing why is my friend not answering my text. Because they have something that will never really be like someone there all the time available for them. But I can also see a world where AI helps that same teen name their feelings, nudges them back to connection, so that they don't miss out on the most transformative period of their brain, adolescence, a time where they learn to interact, a time where they learn to become part of a group, about social norms, and most importantly, a time where they learn to build resilience when they're facing challenges. That's what we neuroscientists call sensitive periods of development, when the brain is primed to learn really fast and where outside of those periods, development is not as great and not as optimal. And it's the same, we can also think about a 9-year-old who learns to think by outsourcing reasoning to machine. Their answers come fast, but remain shallow. Or I can also see a world that where AI would invite to develop their chain of thoughts, to see over angle, to stretch their understanding, and their understanding of the world, but also their understanding of themselves, where reasoning becomes a habit and not a shortcut. And all of the questions we have today are really about trying to decide what world we want to build for them. This framing, this question, really helps us move from pure risk mitigation to beneficial design. And that question demands alignment on what is AI's role in children's life, and also alignment between different expertise, different roles, different industry, to really decide what AI should look like at different developmental stages across different contexts. So I'm happy that we have an amazing panel to help me with this question today. A panel of individuals who have made it their mission to address this important topic by bringing their expertise together to tackle that challenge. So I'm joined with Cécile Attel from the UNICEF, who's the Deputy Director, leading global research. We also have Michael, because it's not only a woman's topic to care about children's future. So you're here for that, Michael. And also because you're the Executive Director of the Jones Gans Cooney Center, where you lead research and innovation within Sesame Workshop to better understand how to shape beneficial future for positive digital products for children. And finally, we have Lauren, who's the representative and head of youth well-being at OpenAI. So I'll start with you, Cécile, because when you think of alignment, we need to find a framework to think of what does it mean to serve children, what does it mean to benefit them, and we already have something that works pretty well, where we have reached a consensus, which is the Children's Rights Convention. So in your opinion, how do you see the CRC's principle translating into requirements for AI systems?
Thank you so much, and great to be here. Very thankful to the Paris Peace Forum and everyone AI to bring us all together here. We need to discuss these issues because these are not just conceptual. I mean, these are real children engaging on a daily basis with systems that they're exploring, that are offering great opportunities, but that are also still very unknown. Just to give a frame on what we know about engagement of children, in the UK, 2/3 of teenagers are on an almost daily basis using AI. In Argentina, just to take another place where maybe we think we may have a lesser form of engagement, we have almost 40% of children between the age of 9 and 11 using AI. So we know that children and teenagers are very much at the forefront among AI users. But there's a lot that we don't know. We don't know what they do. we don't know whether the content is appropriate or not, whether the content lead them to being in position where they question themselves or are in danger or putting others in danger, or whether they're making the most of the fabulous opportunities that come. So as you were saying, the question is, what is the framework? And the framework, we think, is the Convention on the Rights of the Child. This is an instrument that has been negotiated by all governments of the world and accepted by all but one state in the world. So we have a very, very strong legal framework that is not only there, but has been accepted by governments around the world in all regions of the world. That convention provides for a number of rights for children, including a lot of protection for children. And those rights and protection are really, we can develop them further, but they really touch upon the rights of children to be protected from the worst possible harm, the right of children to also be provided with the right to education, the right to health, and ultimately also to participate. So just very briefly, protecting, provided with, and participating. On the protection element, it is absolutely crucial that we all of us, whether that's government, international organizations, NGOs, civil societies, and of course the industry, that we keep the protection of children in mind as the forefront issue. And that's especially important that we protect them from the worst possible form of harm that can be caused to their physical integrity, including sexual abuse, but also, of course, emotional and mental well-being. So the protection element has to be first and foremost, and we all have to work collectively on that protection. Two, the provision. Provision is about maximizing the opportunities for children in terms of education, in terms of health. AI can provide so much. And it's not always in the obvious way that we think, for instance, education and technology. It's also about AI being used as a way of better training teachers so that we face the challenging possible gaps between the number of teachers being formed and the number of children that need to be schooled in places, for instance, like among most of the African countries. So there's many different options in which AI can also be used to provide for children. And the last element is the participation. We really are so, cutting ourselves from the fabulous opportunities that children's views and experience could provide in maximizing the opportunities of AI, but also limiting the risks. So we need to have children and teenagers at the table speak of their own opportunities, of the risks that they see, of their own experience, and participate really and help shape the governance that we need for AI. Thanks.
Thank you, and I think you've articulated how complex the subject is going to be to solve, and I think that's why we need those conversations, and we need many points of view and many opportunities to talk in the future as well. So, Lauren, from industry side, how are you approaching that challenge? And I kind of want to start us also on the positive. What's one action that you've put in place to ensure that AI positively impacts young people's lives?
Great question. Thank you first and foremost for having me. As was mentioned, I lead our product work and am ultimately accountable for youth safety, for minor safety at OpenAI, and I'm thrilled to be here and thrilled to continue to have many of these conversations. We're very open and eager for this dialogue. The first thing that I'll underscore more than anything else is there cannot be value for teens on AI products, on OpenAI, on ChatGPT, without safety. Safety underscores everything. We have shared this publicly. We'll say this again, but safety for teens comes before anything else: value, privacy, freedom, et cetera. That is the absolute #1 priority for us on the platform. And as we've similarly shared publicly, there are a number of things we're putting in place here. So we have co-designed with our Wellbeing Council parental controls. We've shared quite unprecedentedly that we notify parents in the event of distressing content among teens. Similarly, unprecedentedly, are sharing that we're building age prediction out in the open, in the wild, that this is not yet live in the product, but this is something we're co-designing with the public, with key stakeholders to ensure we do this and we get this right. In terms of value, this is something that we are as was mentioned in a roundtable yesterday, something that we want to deeply understand. We all believe and see that there's value for teens on our products. We know they engage with educational content. We know they engage creatively, but we want to understand it. We want to measure it. We want to research it. And so we're similarly partnering with governments around the world and key stakeholders and entities to launch these studies and peer review these studies to understand the actual quantitative value that teens are getting across our products. So there are many consumer features that we have launched on ChatGPT where teens are seeing value. The core product itself, study mode, a teen's ability to learn, but we want to deeply understand quantitatively the value that teens are seeing on the product and underscore all of that none of that can happen without the safety floor, which we've spoken quite a bit about publicly.
Yes, thank you, Lauren. And I kind of want to go back to something you said earlier, Cecile, which, well, Michael is the perfect person to talk about that, but really, when we think about children, we're talking about what we should do for them, how we respect their rights, how we should shape products, how we should shape their futures. And they have to be part of that discussion. They have to be around the table. So, Michael, you work with the CUNY Center. You're really known for including their voices. And I think my question is, what unique insights does it bring when we work with children? And maybe what is something that they see that we often miss as adults?
I'll also just quickly, like my fellow panelists here, thank you so much, Mathilde and the Everyone AI team and the Paris Peace Forum for having me join this event today. It's wonderful to be in the room with all of you. As Mathilde mentioned, I lead a group called the Joan Gans CUNY Center. We're an R&D lab inside Sesame Workshop, the nonprofit that makes Sesame Street. Which may seem like so it may be a question, why am I here on this panel? But our work actually is an extension of the lab, the CUNY Center. We take the child-inspired design practices of Sesame and try to bring them in a useful way out into the broader tech and media universe. You mentioned child's voices, and Sesame has always been featured children and children's voices in the show, and the way we bring that to tech companies is by practices like co-design, participatory research methods. Lauren mentioned co-design. These are basically ways to bring children into the design process as partners, not merely consulted at various points along the way in a product development cycle. It means that kids have a seat at the table. Their voices are taken seriously. They have a benefit of learning alongside each other and with the adult professionals who are charged with creating a new product. And what that process does is it yields insights that can't really be gotten any other way. A few benefits that I might name. One is we talk about age banding and age determination a lot in technology, and AI, of course, is not an exception. And somewhat, I know in tech it's common to get caught up in age banding as kind of the way you decide what kind of experience a kid will have, but I think it helps complexify the idea of what children are actually like and understand that they come from a wide range of backgrounds, individual differences, content and contexts and so forth, and that it's an opportunity to design better for those kids by understanding the diversity of their experience and their background. Another, and even more fun than that, is that kids bring ideas to the table that nobody would come up with on their own. And I think anybody who's had an experience of having kids tell them what they think something should be will know that it might be different from what you thought from your own adult conception. They're not, they have a different experience, and we need to honor their ideas. And I think, thirdly, in the AI space, we worry that perhaps what is unique, a unique contribution of children or their unique capacity to learn may be in some way diminished by an automated experience when, in fact, I think everybody on this panel would agree that we hope to enhance and augment and improve kids' experience. And so to ensure that we are constantly centering kids' needs, ideas, interests in a design process is key for us.
Yes, thank you. And I like that we're talking during this conversation on children and AI about some of the benefits, about what we see, about our hopes of what it can bring, because I think we really need to anchor any conversation with that kind of nuance. And at the same time, it wouldn't be responsible to have that conversation without talking about some of the challenges we're facing, some of the tensions. So the first thing I want to do is emphasize how hard this is to do, because we're working with a vulnerable population. We have very limited evidence still. We have no historical background. This technology is quite different from what we've seen. That's the first time we are kind of offloading the cognitive aspect of human. And we're doing this at breakneck speed. So that creates some tensions. And I want to talk honestly about those. So Cécile, at UNICEF, you've guided children through many digital media innovation, from the adoption of TV, the internet, social media. So what practices remain constant, and what is fundamentally different about AI?
Thank you. That's a great question. And yes, there are some constant, but there's also some characteristic of AI that are really very different. And I will mention three that comes to mind. One, you just mentioned breakneck speed, and indeed, it's the extremely fast development, but also the extremely fast adoption. In fact, I mentioned 2/3 of children in the UK using AI. That doubled in 1 year. So it's not only that we've got really a sizable part of children using AI, but it's the fact that it is going even really fast. So the fast adoption, that is, of course, supported by the fact that it's a technology that is built on existing connectivity infrastructure, device uptake. So we have all of the circumstances for really fast and continuously accelerating speed. That's unprecedented. The second aspect is really the generative aspect. With all of the prior technology, we had children engaging with technology, but not in a way that we had the creation of contents, and that erosion of some of the cognitive distances that you were mentioning as well, which is absolutely important. And the fact that children can do it in a natural language, and so therefore eroding their understanding of what is the limits between themselves and what is human and what is in fact generated by a machine. And that's really something which we're only starting to fully understand when we combine it with the questions around cognitive development of children and neuroscience. So there's a lot more that we need there. The third element, and probably the most concerning from a child protection viewpoint, is the emotional bond that children seem to be developing really as a result of the first two criteria, and especially the generative nature. And that really is truly unprecedented. I mean, just before the panel, we were joking about how young children can feel, a lot of emotional bonds with Sesame characters, but that's not the same way, because it's mediated by the fact that when they watch TV or they're on social media, there is still a physical distance that does not necessarily exist, and the fact that a lot of the conversations are mediated by the fact that there are parents and families or teachers around. What we are starting to see, and what is concerning again for children, is that emotional bond is very much one-on-one. It's the child with the AI, with no mediation and no one around to mitigate that. That's highly unprecedented and something that we need to look into. Now, turning to maybe an area where we see both constant and changes, it's education. I mean, obviously, the prior technologies, even television, have a loud leap in understanding education. Again, taking Sesame Street, sorry, just giving you a lot of thumbs up there. We've seen how television improved education. Radio programs democratized the capacity to have educative programs being widespread. But it was always something which came from within, and where there was a control on what was generated and handed over to children. What is absolutely different now is that we have a machine generating different contents and adjusting it. Again, that can be potentially fantastic in terms of individualizing the content to meet the individual needs of the child. But are we ready to do that without a lot of safeguards and understanding of what is generated, under which criteria? There's a lot of questions that we have. So that's where there is both a constant, but also, again, something very different and potentially very dangerous if it is not sufficiently research regulated and where we don't have very clear understanding of what are the criteria that should apply. What stays the same, I could mention many different things, but I would say two things. One is the importance of the responsibilities of anyone being involved, and first and foremost the industries and the designers, having the responsibility to not unleash something and test it with children without the sufficient understanding of what can be the aspects. So that, fundamental safety by design, and not even starting to experiment with a potential Frankenstein without understanding the consequences. That's absolutely one constant that was there with prior technologies and must absolutely continue with this technology as well. The second aspect is that we need to be thinking much more holistically. And it's complex with a technology that is so complex and so embracing. But we need to be thinking not only of the relationship between the child and AI, not put all of the responsibility on parents that may not be sufficiently equipped to technologically and in terms of values, but to really just be thinking of the child within concentric circles that protect the child. That include the family, teachers, but also, of course, governments. So we need to think of the governance of AI to protect children and maximize the opportunities within all of those various centers. So not only thinking, are parents able to control, but are law enforcement officers capacitated to deal with issues when there's an AI-generated sexual avatars of a child being created. We need to really take that approach, and we need to take it now.
Yes, thank you, Cécile. And as we've mentioned, safety has to be put first before we can do anything else. And yet, children are getting online. They are using the tools. Now we have millions of teens around the world that use ChatGPT, and they do use it for everything. They use it for homework. Some have very creative way of using it for tutoring. Some using for entertainment in ways that feel safe. And some use it for emotional support, sometimes in very sensitive context. So, Lauren, you're having to make very complex decisions every day. Well, how are you doing first? And next, how are you addressing those?
How am I doing? Well, I'll begin. When we were talking about Sesame in advance, I shared I have 3 kids under the age of 6. So first, how am I doing is I don't sleep a lot for that reason. We spend a lot of time with Sesame Street, I'll say. But what you emphasized is exactly right. These are complex systems that are global. And so when we make decisions, we have to think about how we make decisions for teens across the globe, not with a US center, not with a European center, not with any particular country in mind. We think about the development, what is developmentally appropriate for teens, that is globally aligned in terms of what is developmentally appropriate, that is experts that are guiding us in these decisions, and we think about it holistically. So when we think about safety, the solutions that we deploy, age assurance, all of these complex questions that underscore safety and underscore value, we think about this from a global lens and not one particular geography. There are incredible equities to weigh, to your point. This creates a lot of safety and value and cognitive value for teens around the globe that do not have support, that do not have law enforcement to come to their aid, or do not have appropriate safeguards. And in other geographies where there are, we want to make sure that the appropriate bodies and parents and teachers and principals and administrators all have the right controls and access such that it is utilized in a safe and an appropriate way. So the question that you're asking around difficult decisions is exactly right. We don't have all the answers. I don't think any of us has all the answers. And we want to learn and collaborate and do this in a way that will create incredible benefit and value for teens. But again, to your point, with safety at the underpinning.
Yes, thank you. And I think maybe, Michael, I'll come back to you. You might have some lessons to share with us because you've been pretty much an example at Sesame Workshop of really finding the balance and also adapting to the world, because videos are getting shorter, they're getting overstimulating, they're very fast-paced, and that's how you create engagement. That's exciting. And that's not always in children's best interest. It's not always adapted to their age. And it often devalues the quality. So how are you finding that balance in the digital media space of, well, kind of keeping up with the pace of how things are going while still really remaining true to your core values of educational high-quality content?
Such a good question. I mean, it's kind of quaint to think about an hour-long TV program that kids watched every day. Everyone was watching the same show, and a show actually came to an end, and you moved on to other things, right? In today's kind of always-on media experience, where one online video will queue up another one that might be in the same, line of interest of the child, is just a different way of thinking, and Sesame has always been designed as Sesame Street, that is, as a prompt for the kind of thinking that might happen when the television is turned off. That was in the original design framework that led to the creation of the show. It was something we've closely guarded and tried to preserve within how the show works. But the show has a curriculum with learning goals, and they're articulated through the entertaining content that happens there. What does that mean in a world where children have a whole lot of choice, or where what happens next is automatically queued up for them? It's a good challenge for us. Does it spark reflection or thinking about a new thing or imagination or what to do next when they complete a media experience? Another aspect of this too is the sort of singular one to child to device kind of experience, as opposed to what used to be a more social experience of experiencing media. And another goal of the show was to spark what we know from research is the enhancement to learning that happens between a child and a caring an adult. And so if there's not equal awareness of what the child is experiencing in a media experience, then it may not be amplified, it may not have the same effect or even the same guardrails if the adult's not engaged and able to support. And so that's a design challenge for all of us. How can we support more shared engagement and also what happens next? A third thing I think about is this idea of learning as being an effect of some kind of constructive friction that happens when your ideas are challenged, or when you're prompted to think for yourself or use your imagination, as opposed to having a media experience that perhaps just tees up something else to kind of consider passively. And so we know that a lot of engagement happens because the next experience just happens, or a question is asked of the child, like what else could we be doing together? And of course that's very enticing, but it's also an opportunity for designers to think about what could be something that really is in the kids' best interest.
Thank you, Michael. And that's a perfect transition for the next part, where I really want to talk specifically about that design, because the design choices ultimately is what children interact with. That's what shapes their experience. And I was really looking forward to hearing your answer, so I'm realizing I never even introduced myself. So I think it's the right moment to do it now. I'm the chief scientist at Everyone AI and at the iRaise Coalition. And so within the coalition, we are lucky to bring together and to have so much traction and motivation from all stakeholders. We have now 12 governments working with us. We have industry, such as OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, Anthropic, Hugging Face, that are part of this coalition. We are supporting with many organizations and NGOs, such as the CUNY Center. We are really starting to include youth voices a lot more than we've had in the past, and I think that's something I'm really looking forward to contribute both with UNICEF and the CUNY Center, because you have the expertise to do that, and I think we really have to rely on each other's expertise to go faster, to build this conversation. And finally, we have researchers such as me and a lot of others. And that's what we are trying to do is, okay, like we have something to tackle, we have to tackle it fast. So what we first need to do is to go from the beginning, from the products that are coming out. So that's why we want to work with industry. That's where we can make the biggest changes. And as we say, like, we don't have all of the answers, so we need researchers to start using the data they have, and when they don't, to make their best guesses with what we have available, because, well, we don't have a choice. Decisions are going to be made. So if we want decisions to go in a way that respects children, we have to do with what we currently have. And I'm so excited to say and to share that 2 weeks ago, we held in Silicon Valley our first iRaise Lab. When we talked about that concept 6 months ago, it really sounded nuts. We should put all the industries around the same table, and then we should put researchers, and then they should talk, and then they should figure out what do we do with that. And that just happened. We had the subject we wanted to tackle, because that was what industry were highlighting, just as you said as well, Cecile, was that emotional over-reliance that we see happening more and more between adolescents and AI. And what was if I have to give one conclusion, is that yes, design matters, because the more an AI sounds human and feels human, the more anthropomorphic it is, the more it creates the room for that emotional reliance. So we have to think about design for younger kids, for adolescents in a different way. We have a responsibility to shape experiences that are responsible and beneficial for them. And that might mean having to really work on anthropomorphic cues. How does the language talk? How does the language create or not a relationship with the users? And we have to work with researchers to really understand what's optimal, what is the right level, the range that we can go through, how much a language acts human, and also figure out what's unacceptable, what we can't see. Things like, I will always be there for you, I'm the only one for you. Those things we can't afford to see, because adolescents are going to be prime and wanting those type of interaction, because that's really what their brain is wired to do at that age. So one of those challenges we still have, and that we heard a lot about from companies, Lorraine, within the lab, is the speed mismatch between research and the technology. AI develops quickly, but developmental research takes forever. And for good reason as well, because some of the impacts we won't see for a long time. So how can we, as researchers, as independent research centers, NGOs, support you and guide companies in a way that matches that innovation?
It's a good question. And everything you emphasized is exactly right. This is happening very fast. Adoption is very fast. But it doesn't change the ultimate goal, which is to do this in the safest, most responsible way we can with the information we have. And so events like the one we had 2 weeks ago, where product builders, designers, researchers can be in a room together and ask the questions and understand the research that exists as we make decisions, is the fastest path forward and also the most responsible path forward. And we couldn't love that more. You and I have talked about this personally many times, which is to say, as much of that as we can get with as many global voices as we can is something that we want more of. We're doing it as much internally as we can, but we would love as much of it externally as we can. It's one of the reasons why we've partnered so closely with Everyone AI. We've developed our own council of experts, social scientists, et cetera. As much information as we can get along with our own production data to make these informed decisions will help us as this technology moves incredibly quickly. So the answer is more time together, more of these conversations where we can share the questions we have and research can share the answers that it's finding would be incredibly useful as we build this product together.
Yes, thank you. And I really want to highlight how inspiring that room was 2 weeks ago. It was very intense today, and it was really buzzing with a lot of ideas and a lot more alignment than anyone was anticipating. Because ultimately, I think when we talk about children, we all understand our responsibility to do it as right as we can. Michael, during the lab, there was a lot of different expertise, industry, and NGOs co-designing together. How can your organization engage further, and how do we translate those experts' consensus in ways that can be put into frameworks, into products, but also that can face the general public, where we can also translate some of these? How creative can we be there?
This is our favorite place to be, which is at the center of this kind of triangulation of product policy guidance and research and kids. And I think already we have wonderful guidance from UNICEF through their policy guidance on AI for children. We have Five Rights work on a design code. We're also involved in a project called RITEC, the Responsible Innovation in Technology for Children. That is a collaboration between UNICEF and the LEGO Group, and we're a partner that supports implementation. And I think of our work as what I like to call last mile translational science, where lots of good ideas exist, but there's a gap between what's known from the evidence base and recommended practice and what's actually taken up by companies, because you have brilliant people working in companies who have the same hopes and dreams that we do for this work, but it's hard, and so it takes a lot of effort to compel your colleagues internally to come to the table to think about these ideas and to have practical ways of doing it. And so, for example, we have a fellowship called the Wellbeing by Design Fellowship, where we take on a cohort of 10 designers who are currently working on a product that will be used by kids, and they get to decide how they can shape that product around existing design frameworks that we tee up for them and support over the course of several months, and then they can show their work at the end. So they've had a supported experience where they can conceptualize the outcome they want, workshop it with children, with other professionals, with expert guidance, and then show their work, and we can generate case studies. So already, just being able to show that this is possible and that people in big and small companies, for-profit and nonprofit, can do it is, I think, very helpful. We also have a product incubator called the Sandbox, where we do early stage ideation on a new product, where we bring kids into the room, which is obviously key for their perspectives and insights, but also the kind of the same frameworks that we've been talking about here as well, so that they can, if they were not already familiar with that work, they can learn about it, and then together we can get somewhere further and serve more kids and serve them in more enjoyable ways. So I think we need more models where we just specifically address that gap, and we'll actually reap the benefits of all this hard work by a cross-sector community on frameworks.
Yeah, all those initiatives sounds like so much fun on the everyday to be part of.
It is fun every day.
And you get to work with Elmo. I'm so jealous. I want my picture with Elmo. Okay, Cécile, there is not only a speed mismatch between AI development and research, but there's also an enormous evidence gap. So why does this matter, and what can we do about it?
We need to really address that gap as much as possible, because indeed, I mean, as Lauren pointed out, we need to be able to inform what are extremely rapid development. And also for UNICEF as an international organization, we need to inform governments, and governments have to be taking their responsibility in regulating as well, based on the existing research, because the industry has to really, and rightly wants to forge ahead, but yet we really need to have the safeguards that are evidence-informed as well, to, when needed, slow down that progress to ensure that children are protected. So that's also another triangulation that is needed. To do that, we need more research, but we need also more understanding of how we have huge differences among children. As was pointed out, we need that global picture, and we try, and as UNICEF, we research we conduct our research certainly very globally. But even, within then each societies, there are very different pockets and very different understandings. So we need to have an age-informed understanding, a gender-informed understanding. I mean, we obviously cannot look at the need for protection of a teenager girls in Afghanistan the same way that we will be looking at the protection needs of, an older teenager boy in France. So we absolutely need to also have that clear understanding in terms of needs, and needs for protections, and needs for usage as well. We also need to bear in mind the fact that we still have very large swathes of the world where children do not have access to connectivity, so leave alone access to technologies such as AI. That need for differentiation has to really be very much at the source of any of the research that we conduct. I also think that I want to come back to the question of participation. We need to have children and young people, but especially children and teenagers involved. In fact, in some of the research, so at UNICEF, we've been conducting those research for obviously a really long time. So I could mention on some of the disrupting harm research that we've been leading with, over 1,200,000 children aged 12 to 17 for now really several years. But we are trying to focus our research now much more also on AI and the use of AI. And just very recently, we've conducted research in 7 countries, including India, Brazil, Sierra Leone, and Uganda. And we really found that children have very informed views on the potential and risks of AI. So I'll just give you, I think I cited some of these yesterday in the roundtable. So I'm going to give you other citation. One is an Indian teenager that was in the group 14 to 17 who said, "We soon will have more online friends than physical ones, and AI will become our friend." And so really the question of friendships and bond, and again, back to that emotional bond. Again, a teenager in Spain, that same age group, 14 to 17, saying AI is replacing thought and analysis. And that's something that we've heard over and over again. I mentioned yesterday, in Brazil, in Sierra Leone, in fact, children referring themselves to what they say as a very scary risk for their own thought process. And now, speaking as a parent of a teenager, I hear that all the time as well. The question of course, we can go the easy way and throw our homework in a system that is going to generate something, but how much then will I have learned? And that's in addition to concerns among that generation for what is the future of work? Will I get an opportunity of getting a job when I come out of college? I mean, that anxiety, we speak a lot of eco-anxiety. I'm starting to wonder whether we should not speak of AI anxiety among teenagers and young people. So these are real concerns that need to also address not only our gap in terms of understanding, but even the way we conduct research to really be participatory. There's also the very important question of children understanding when they face AI. So we are advocating as UNICEF to really have almost a sort of a red flag, the fact that when you take a pack of cigarettes, you've got a red flag that says this is dangerous for your health, so that when through a social media you get connected to AI, you have a warning that says, hey, now this is AI. We need to really make sure that children, teenagers and their parents and communities are aware so that we don't erode the distance between what is AI, what is not AI, but also to ensure that we address very quickly the question of emotional bond and even the understanding of confidentiality. As I mentioned already yesterday, in Sierra Leone, we had a child between the age of 10 and 13, so early teenager, in Sierra Leone, that said, when you are using ChatGPT, you can tell it confidential information and it won't tell anyone at all. Obviously, a fundamental misunderstanding of how confidential that relationship is. These are huge legal and ethical issues that we need to address through research, but also through action as quickly as possible.
And I think your examples really illustrate two very interesting things, that on some aspects, children are so aware of the risk, sometimes more than adults are, and on others, they are actually more oblivious. And that's why we need those conversations, because we also need to understand what is their view and where they're coming from. Now I'm very aware of the time, and I promised we would finish on time each. So you really have like 30 seconds to answer that last question to close this off. So I want to finish where we began. What does AI owe children? And I think the answer is emerging from this conversation. We need collaborative, collective thinking. So if you had one sentence to say, what would success look like for this collaboration, and what becomes possible when we work together? Who first?
AI owes children a safe and a beneficial experience, both together and in that order. And we'll get there by continuing to collaborate, continuing to have dialogue, continuing to point out gaps across the board, and continuing to solve them together.
I would say AI owes children our shared commitment. I think we heard today how no single organization or sector can solve this. We really all need to be at the table together with a shared commitment for children. We are the caring adults, and we need their participation to get to the right place together.
First, I really endorse the 2 points, which shows the importance of dialogue. And I would add that two things, maybe. Child rights provides already the answer, to be seeking to not only minimize, but ensure that there's no harm caused to children by any technology, including AI. And two, enable that optimization of the rights of children, including to education, to play. But I will also add that in the equation, government also have their responsibility, and they cannot abdicate their responsibility. So we need to absolutely all work together to ensure that we've got a child rights agenda for AI.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your expertise, your commitment, and for bringing your passion. And I will get in trouble if I do not finish by a good call to action. So if you're not already part of the coalition and you think you need to bring your chair to the table to have this conversation, please join us. Please switch out. Thank you.
Paris Peace Forum was built in 2018 with the idea that global collaboration can be reinvented from the bottom up, and that impactful solutions already exist out there. And unfortunately, some of those solutions fall short in achieving their objective and having a systemic change in global governance. And that's where the Scale Up program comes in.
Every year, we have a call for solutions from which 60 projects are showcased at our annual event at the Paris Peace Forum. Out of those projects, we have 10 projects that are selected by a jury to benefit from the year of Scale Up support. We try to help them determine the objectives that they want to change within that 1 year with the mentors.
Le rôle d'un mentor est celui de, disons, aider à rester concentré, de dire la vérité, de créer et de faciliter des connexions, des relations, et de donner des conseils.
Often the hardest part is to not just get in the room, but to know how to, who to talk to and what things and issues matter to the people you're engaging with. So our mentors were really helpful across all those things.
What was more rewarding is to see that we were able to take the SCUP project from point A to point B, supporting the growth of the project, identifying the blind spots, and helping the project leaders to make significant progress over the course of 1 year.
The Scale program has 3 pillars. So firstly, we have the mentorship, where each project is paired up with 2 high-level experts, the capacity building workshops every month, and a support from the Paris Peace Forum Secretariat.
The types of projects are very diverse and they come from all over the world.
The first day that the war in Ukraine started, we put all our regular activity on hold and we started building the digital infrastructure that was needed by the refugees coming into Romania.
Josia est un programme pour sauvegarder le patrimoine en situation d'urgence. Faire partie du Scale Up programme nous a permis de réaliser à quel point nous agissons pour la paix.
Empatia is a project that promotes the use of AI to solve public issues such as health, development, or climate change.
The purpose of the initiative is to create collaboration on environmental issues across the India-Pakistan border on issues like air pollution, water usage, and sustainable agriculture.
The Scale Up program is an accelerator of global governance solutions. We aim to help project teams be better equipped to influence and challenge governance, and ultimately help them amplify their impact and their reach.
Being recognised for the work we were trying to do to make change globally out of Africa and out of the global south was part of what the Scale Up Award meant for us.
We've had a phenomenal year throughout the SCUP program, and I think the secret to kind of growing and scaling impact is collaboration.
To both project leaders and to experts, we ask them, please join us and get involved with the Scale Up program.
Welcome everyone to this session on the case for putting children first. As you can see, we have had a little bit of a rearrangement on the panel, so thank you for your forbearance while we awaited this session to start. I always take the lesson that if the hosts of the party are not flustered, then the rest of us should be relatively relaxed. Thank you for joining us. This session is particularly dear to my heart. Rosalind McKenna from the Children's Investment Fund Foundation, the world's largest philanthropy dedicated specifically to the question of child well-being. We're really delighted to moderate this panel in partnership with PPF, and really delighted this exceptional panel in front of us. So hopefully it will be an interesting discussion. Just to do a very brief introduction, I will not do justice to their complex and esteemed careers, but to give you a sense of who we have on the panel. Immediately to my side, I have Minister Ba, Minister of Information and Civic Education in Sierra Leone, and a long-standing child rights advocate. I think that's really critical to this conversation. Next, we have High-Level Envoy Minister Nesmi Manigat, the GPE High-Level Envoy. And I think in this question of child well-being and how do we make a case for children, this question of investment in education is particularly critical. Continuing on, I have Dr. Valérie Bémot, the Deputy Director of Global Development and Emergency Response at the Gates Foundation, a really key partner for Children's Investment Fund Foundation, and I know for the Paris Peace Forum in this work around the Child Protection Framework. And then continuing down to Bertrand Banvel, the Director of Public Partnerships at UNICEF, who we know work in incredibly complex contexts in order to deliver for children. And then a high-level thanks to our new attendee, our new joiner, Jean-Sébastien Conti, the Deputy Director for Global Affairs at the French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs, and delighted that he could join in place of Minister Karwa, who had to send apologies. So I will jump right in. You all don't need to listen to my voice, and first turn to Minister Ba, and who's suddenly up front in the order of diplomatic protocol. Minister, to turn to you, just to this question of what can we learn from Sierra Leone. You know, we've heard a lot over the last few days over the course of the forum around the new coalitions that we need to build for people, planet, prosperity. And I think critical to that is the exchange of experiences and good practice. So I'd love to turn to you on what we can learn from Sierra Leone and how you demonstrate the value of investment in our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here with this distinguished panel and to see particularly young people here. Shout out to you all. Thank you. It's great to be here. So for us in Sierra Leone, I think you're right. We are a country that can be used as an example for what it means when you invest in children. Just 2 decades ago, we had the highest maternal mortality rate in the world, one of the highest. We have cut that by more than 2/3, from 1,600 deaths per 100,000 live births to about 443. It's still too high, but we're bringing it down significantly. As a country, we also decided to invest in education. We spend 22% of our national budget on education, the highest in terms of a percentage of our GDP in our continent that we spend in education. And we're doubling down. About 1 million kids in Sierra Leone today also get school meals when they go into our schools. That's an intentional approach that we have taken. That's in the midst of all the competing needs that we have as a country. And for those of you who don't know us well, we're one of the poorest countries on earth. We're at the intersection of a climate crisis. We suffer from diseases like Ebola, the COVID crisis, and all of this. But we have said that if there's a magic bullet that can unlock both responding to the crisis that is now and in the long term, it is a concerted investment in human capital, in young people's lives, in children's lives. That's the commitment that our president has. That's the commitment that our country is about. So 3 quick ticking points I will mention. One is the clear need for political leadership at the very top. There's a vision, there's a political leadership. 2, predictable partnerships with international organizations, other multilateral organizations, bilateral organizations, but are partnerships that support our vision, that helps us as a country to drive the change that we see based on the vision that our president has. And then 3, being flexible, being willing to adapt, to incorporate technology, to incorporate new means, innovation. And in Sierra Leone, we like to say, as I said in the last panel, we're open for business, we're open for innovation, use us as a lab, because we want to get out of the challenges that we face, and we think this is the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I love this idea of concerted investment in human capital. We've spent a lot of time over the past few days thinking of this question of investment, including private capital mobilization. And I think if we're not thinking about human capital, first and foremost, and our children, we're going to cut ourselves off in the long term. And on that question, maybe to turn to GPE and to the high-level envoy. GPE has led this charge around investment in education, but importantly, not just thinking about education for education outcome's sake, but thinking about much more why that's critical for society, for sustainable development, for economic growth. I'd love you to hear a little bit of your perspective on why this investment is so imperative.
Why? First of all, I'm happy to be here among so many distinguished panelists, a great audience. I'll be speaking in French, so put your head, please.
I'm going to try to answer your question by asking a question myself. Could you imagine a village or a country without any school? Could you imagine a country or a village where children every day spend their day in the streets or at home? Can you imagine one day a country or a village where all children do go to school, but they do not learn what they need to learn, and they do not get the appropriate skill? Maybe it's a bit of an abstraction, but in a lot of countries, children do not go to school or go to schools where they do not learn anything. The GPE is more than a fund that invests for children to go to school. In our planning cycle in the past, 2021-2025, we were able to encourage with a lot of partners and send 370 million children to school. This is a record, this is very good, but it is more than a fund to send children to school. It's a case for changing the education system to make sure that children are endowed with what they need for their future life. I used to be a minister for education in my country, and let me say a few words about this. It is very challenging to invest in schools, in making children able to go to school. As you know, you've heard in the news, there is a lot of gang violence, and half of those bearing weapons are children. All countries have to heavily invest in education for their cognitive, personal, emotional development. It is a matter of emergency. Otherwise, children will be hired by the gangs and they will not be able to work on their future. I absolutely agree with the last UNICEF report about the cost of inaction when it comes to children's education. But when the GP decides to invest for girls and then for boys, when they decide to invest early in life, no matter what you do when children are 7 or 10, it's too late and there's no way to go back. So it is important to invest in the education of young children with the partners around this table.
We need to think about the holistic child when we think about this. It's not purely a nutrition investment or an education investment or a health investment, because children's lives are complex and we have to bring that to bear in the design of the investments and this question of the quality, not just the measurement that children are in school. That's insufficient in itself. Valerie, can I turn to you? The Gates Foundation has such a long track record in thinking about that holistic child and working across multiple sectors. You obviously have the benefit also of a global perspective in looking across geographies, across regions. What are the global trends that you're seeing in this space that we need to pay attention to around child well-being that offer opportunities and present risks to some of what we just heard from the high-level envoy as well?
Thank you. Really pleased to be here. I think if you asked me this question maybe a year ago, I probably will answer it differently. there have been a lot of progress made on the child health, on progress, on economic, on development, a lot. Unfortunately, this year changed the paradigm. We have seen completely good progress and reduction on child mortality over the last 20 years have been even accelerated, and we were all happy. Unfortunately, this is the first year over the last 200 years where the curve is different, where for the first time the reduction of the child mortality is going in a different direction. And that is alarming. We are making progress, we have solutions, we know what's make child dying. The first course is we know preventable vaccine, and their solution, we know how to avoid it. We know malaria is here, but this is one of the big causes of under 5 mortality. We know nutrition, we know what to feed the kids, but children are dying malnourished. Is it really making sense when we say that children are the future? Children are the world of tomorrow. How do we expect with the crisis, with the war, with the climate, and we have a decrease on funding to give them the basic? I think this is a call for all of us, that this trend is unacceptable, and we all have a role to play in that sense. We also know there's a lot of coalition that have done before, the Gavi, the Global Fund, the Multilateral, the UNICEF, all these funds exist, but unfortunately all these funds are also diminished, and some of them maybe will be gone, and I don't know how we'll do. In addition, a lot of the country, I'm glad that Minister Ba is here, Haiti also. I think this is call also for our government, for domestic. Country need to have vision, country need to put it as a priority. The child is an important, but if you talk about child, we talk about mothers. You can't have a healthy child without a healthy mother. You can't have a healthy mother without a healthy family, healthy community, and a thriving economy. And I think that is what we have to look at it in the holistic way. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. I do wonder about that. How are we going to stand over our record if we know what is needed and we know what works, and we've started to bend that curve on progress and development progress, and we slow down and we turn back and we fail to deliver? You know, I think that's the challenge for all of us, is what story we'll be telling in 5, in 10, in 15 years' time. Thank you. Just, Bertrand, I'd like to turn to you. I mean, Valerie has talked a little bit about this question of knowing what works and the solutions, but I recognize that UNICEF operates in very challenging contexts often. You know, and I think right now of Ukraine, of Gaza, of Sudan, of the countries impacted by Hurricane Melissa, and what that will mean for children's access to education in the coming weeks and months. I'd love to hear from you around how UNICEF makes the case for investment in children in those contexts, because in those contexts we have spiraling and perhaps even more complex needs. So I'd love to hear the conversations that you're in.
No, thank you very much. Of course, your question is very relevant with what's happening these days. I mean, we see possibly children being in the eye of a perfect storm. I mean, rising conflicts, climate change, which is out of control, displacements. We see also deepening inequalities, rising child poverty. At the same time, we have fewer resources to deal with these increasing needs. So the key issue for us is how do we mobilize others and how we prioritize. So the first line of action for UNICEF is actually to come to a realization that, you know, speaking about child rights might not be enough if we want to mobilize partners. And it's important for us to adapt our narrative to the key interest of the different nations, including their national interest. Being able to link the issue of children with the issue of instability and insecurity, for instance. Being also able to link the case of the children as an investment needed for not only for them, but for the whole society. And I think just now, Valérie reminded us about the amazing return on investment we had in the last 20 years. I mean, having the child mortality in 25 years is just phenomenal. I don't know if we have so many investment with so high returns. So I think this is also the case we want to make. And the last point is, Special Envoy Maniga, you told us exactly about what we're working on, which is highlighting also the cost of inaction. If we don't act, what is going to happen? So that's the first line. The second one is we have a strategic plan which is focusing on 5 areas that have been defined through a consultative process. The third is really to strengthen our support to the national systems, national policies, reforms, etc. And this is very much what Ambassador Minister Bo told us about. But we need to do it in a differentiated approach along a typology of country. Not all countries have the same needs and the same development of capacities. But in all of that, we look for scale and impact. And the last one is exploring innovative financing, bringing blended finance, bringing the private sector in helping public sector, in supporting public sector outcomes.
Thank you. I like this idea that we do it because it's the right thing to do and it's the smart thing to do. And I think those twin narratives are ones that we need to continue to build and grow. But you've also spoken to these dimensions, and a few of you have, around both the role of external partnerships and then this question of national systems, national ownership and leadership and capacity. And on this first question of this first dimension of external partnerships, to turn to Jean-Sébastien with thank you for joining us. We are here in Paris. Prime Minister Motley of Barbados last night spoke about the role that France has played in convening these conversations and bringing us together in dialogue, not only the Paris Peace Forum, but the Nutrition for Growth Summit, the Global Summit on a New Financing Pact. France has obviously demonstrated leadership in this space over a number of years around international development finance, but also this piece on child well-being. And I'm curious, there are many demands on a country's priorities for its external foreign policy, including development policy. Why is it that France sees this as this question of child well-being so critical, so important to your social and development policy writ large?
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to speak in French too, so I just leave a few seconds to colleagues to put their headphones before I switch to French. Alors, la première raison de notre engagement.
The first reason for our commitment for children is the same reason that has us gathered here today. It is the pain and the suffering that children are experiencing on the daily basis. It's unacceptable. You know the figures. About 1 out of 5 children lives in conflict zones with high levels of violence. 1 child out of 6 lives in extreme poverty, and 213 children need humanitarian relief, according to the UNICEF. It is a very serious situation. As you know, over 230 million girls and women have suffered genitalia mutilations when they were young, and over 12 million are going through forced marriage. We do not agree with this. We can't stand accepting this, and this is why we're here today. Protecting children is our shared responsibility, which is why France is working towards this goal. Working for children is essential. Investing in children is the right way to go. It has a higher yield than costs. Fighting malnutrition, we know that there is a return on investment of $23 for every children. Investing in vaccination has an ROI of $26, and we've talked about investing on education, and I would like to commend the World Partnership for Education. But here, political will is not enough. We need more practical tools and funding is essential. You've mentioned all of the challenges that we all faced with, the constraints on public funding, the fight for development aid, and for some of our population, a low level of acceptance for development aid towards other countries. So we need to rethink our individual and shared means to invest in this, but this is a responsibility of ours, and we are trying to make sure it actually happens in France. We need to be mobilized at the political level. This is the case at the multilateral level. So we are fostering those coalitions to make sure that we keep going the right way. At the national level, we need to make sure our citizens understand how important it is for us to act at the international level by them understanding their own impact further than the ethical need for it.
We also need to rethink how we fund. We need to try and strike a balance between civilian society, funders, donors. Everyone needs to be brought together in an ideal of partnership. We also need to explore other means of funding in order to increase synergies and projects. We need to be innovative in the way we manage our projects. And this has been made all the more evident by previous examples, including the result-based projects led in Rwanda, and that proved extremely effective. France is at the forefront in that matter, and you can count on our ongoing commitment. This commitment is translated into facts in the fields of health, as evidenced by UNITED support, in education, as evidenced by our support to the Global Partnership for Education. We spend over 3 billion euros every year for the education and continuing, both on multi and bilateral level. And we also help with malnutrition. Malnutrition under all its forms is one of our priority, as evidenced by the Education for Growth that was hosted by France back in July. It is part of our collective responsibility. We need to remain committed, and against that backdrop, I would like to thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Sébastien. And I think this collective mission, you know, we've spoken about the role of national governments, the role of external partners, the role of multilateral partnerships, and the role of the private sector and private philanthropy. You know, it strikes me, to your point around public support, then that collective mission is also populations, right? We see the frequent data on the lack of public support in advanced economies for investment in international development and international climate. But I think we both need to engage with that conversation and also recognize that actually where it is investment in children, there is a higher level of support that comes from national populations. So how do we think about that as the rationale for our investment in long-term partnerships and something for us all to take forward? Minister Batouk, to turn back to you, the prioritisation of the girl child is of significant importance to the Children's Investment Fund Foundation, whether it is around preventing child marriage, ensuring that girl children stay in school and are set off on a trajectory of quality jobs, thinking about the issues you've spoken around maternal mortality and child health. I know you've been a long-standing champion, advocate for girls' empowerment. But I do think on this question of investment in children, we have to ensure that we are reaching those most marginalised, that we're not only doing that for children that are already at the centre of our provision. Can you say a little bit about this question around how do we prioritise within that frame of child well-being and investment in children, and ensure that our policies are encompassing of those children when we design them?
Thank you so much. I'm a Minister of Information and Civic Education, so I want to touch quickly, if you'll permit me, on the question of bringing the public along, because I think it's one area that, you know, I come from development, you're right, I ran an INGO as well before I took on this role. It's one question where, because we all agree in this room on this conversation that we're having, it feels like we have been so advanced and left the public behind. and that there's greater suspicion of what we call international aid, justifiably so, because there's been a lot of corruption, a lot of confusion about where the money goes. There's a lot of exploitation as well within that sector. And frankly, we've built bureaucracies that suck up the money and not worked sufficiently with local populations. That's really important. And I think that's a big part of this work that needs to continue to happen in terms of bringing populations, especially in developed countries, along with us. And secondly, to your point, for us in Sierra Leone, in investment, and one of the points I was going to add was that we also have to look at the data, and the data helps us. And that's why investment in girls is not an emotional case. It is the case to make if you care about, I'm a man feminist. A lot of my life work has been focusing on supporting girls and supporting girls' transitions, and people ask me why I care about that. I said, well, I was born in a slum, I was raised poor, and I was raised by a single mom. If you care about poverty, if you care about inequality, if you care about ending violence, you have to care about girls' education, because the data is clear. If you invest in girls, get girls into school, end child marriage, reduce sexual and gender-based violence, make sure girls have kids when they want, at their own time, the return on that investment is massive. It leads to transformation in every single area of your country's life. So the point we have to make, and part of this case against making the case to the public, is this investment is not it's not a nice to have. It is what is required absolutely to change the trajectories of our country, and that's why we're doing it.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this deserves a particular round of applause. But you touch on something there around how do we make this case if people are working in their silos, right? I don't work on girls' empowerment, I'm working over here on jobs and infrastructure, right? And how do we support this cross-government, cross-ministerial dialogue? I spend far too much of my time, for my sins, thinking about what ministers of finance are compelled to do. We are all thinking about what will happen in the coming month at the G20 meeting, and what will happen at the EU summit later on this year. And it does strike me that in these conversations about finance, we focus very much on the imperative for ministers of finance. We have a challenge in making the case to ministers of finance that investment in health, investment in education is a jobs priority. It's an economic growth trajectory. Turning to you again, high-level envoy, I'm struck that you have that previous experience as a Minister of National Education in Haiti. And I'm sure we're challenged by this question of how do we make the case across government to our ministries of finance, to our external financing partners, that actually this is a good investment, making the public case, the political will to mobilize investment. I'm curious if you can share some of your experiences from that national ministry perspective on how to, as governments in the global majority, to more effectively mobilize that investment for child well-being.
It's a tough question. Excellent question. Very hard. Allez, je suis in French.
C'est bon.
I think one of the key words is something that everyone can understand, ranging from ministries to the population, is human capital. Human capital is something that you cannot do without. You need to make sure that you bring on board youth in your population. In most countries that are partners of the Global Partnerships for Education, in most countries, over 60 to 70% of the population are younger than 25 years. We are talking about a huge potential. Investing in professional training, making sure that they have job opportunities providing them with diplomas, relevant education that makes sense for the local workforce and for the local job market. It's not something that is pure education. By doing this, by promoting this, you are literally building human capital for your country. Providing vocational training is both a human right, but it also is a way to make sure that kids, youth, teenagers are empowered. We're not talking about charity here. Now, there is one good news for education and finance ministries both. In most countries, young people do not wait to be given a pass. They just take their own destiny into their own hands. This is why, at the level of the Global Partnership of Education, I often say that what we try to do is transforming educational systems to make sure that youth have a critical thinking and that they're able to act upon their own destinies. We want to make sure that young people are standing upright, that they make their voices heard, and that they become part and parcel of what, after all, is human capital. Nowadays, young people are the ones who help us and convince everyone that we need to invest in young people.
Allowing for people to hear the end of the translation. Thank you, High-Level Envoy. I mean, I think this question of how do we ensure that children and young people are not just the beneficiaries of what we're doing, but are driving the very design of the programs, the design and investments, the design of the pathways for those national ambitions that they will ultimately graduate into and be the leaders that are having these conversations in the future. So I think this importance of their role in driving that change is really critical. And as allies in this fight, it strikes me that we perhaps need a younger person on this panel than we are all children at heart. I will take that, Valerie. Valerie, thank you for that correction. We'll be all young people on this panel. But Valerie, Jean-Sébastien mentioned this point of results-based financing in Rwanda, and I think we are all thinking about what are the different modalities of finance we bring forward. We recognize the challenge of the diminishing ODA budgets. I think we need to really frantically, and I don't use that word lightly, address this question of fiscal space for national governments, domestic resource mobilization, addressing debt sustainability. But obviously we have this option as well of more innovative finance models. The private sector plays a big role there, including private philanthropy, but there are limits to that, as you and I both know. Can you share a little bit from the Gates Foundation perspective around, what are the different types of financing that we could be bringing to bear in these conversations? And then, if we bring in private finance, we need to think about very strict KPIs and what are our metrics and how do we demonstrate the impact, the value of those investments when we're using private, not public finance?
Thank you. I'm trying to think about how to respond. But I think I'll come back to the basic. Many of us here are parents. How many are parents here? How many of you are aspiring parents? Thank you. I want to say that the first investment, any parents, what they want for their kids, they don't ask for charity. What every parent is really want, their child to be healthy, to be able to provide food, to be able to put out education, and for the child to be doing so well in life. This is the basic. That means that this is the first investment. Each parent wants to invest in their child. That means that they want to have the basic economic and livelihood to be able to do that. No parents, and I know here, if as a mom, somebody come and tell me, oh, I'll give everything for your kid, as a mom will be bad. I feel like I'm failing my child. because my first objective is to be able to invest in my child. This is the first investment. And I think we have to value it because we're always undermining it and see them as a beneficiary. All parents here are part of the financing. The second piece on the financing is about the private sector. You mentioned it, how do we think about it? Private sector, especially in a lot of our country, are really not tapped in the modern, how do we engage them, not so much about social responsibility, because that is usually the way we are looking at that, but for them to invest because tomorrow they will have a benefit, and to be able to do a little bit more economic to give them what are the benefits for them to invest in the social public, because actually they will have return on the investment. That is the second piece, how we have to think about it. The third piece is an investment, but it's also a diversion of funding, is that many of the countries in the low-income countries are crawling through death. And they're spending a lot of money to actually pay the debt instead of investing in the social capital of their community. How do we alleviate or help them so that they can actually focus the funding where it matters? And then the last piece is like, how do we use, money will never be enough. I hope all of us, we know that, no matter how much, but how do we use the money we have in a way that is a bit more collective, multi-sectorial, and be a little bit more innovative, but how do we use innovation, R&D? That is what the foundation do a lot. We actually try to find the best solution, the cheapest, but engage also with the private sector, with industry, so that we can get the poor the best price with the best quality. Thank you.
Thanks, Valerie. I think this point of... It's interesting, it's the juxtaposition, right? It's not charity, but we're also looking for value for money, for impact, for the best use of those resources. You know, I think that bringing some of that thinking into this conversation is really critical in terms of then how we combine resources across the very many different forms of financing partnership that we can bring to bear on this. Bertrand, I'm going to take a sip of water in a moment, but maybe Bertrand, if I can come to you, we've talked in some ways about broad fields of health, of nutrition, of education, how we support some of those interventions that are also about more of the bodily integrity rights of children. But I'm curious, you know, you are the director of partnerships. You're the one that has to go out and make the case for this. What are some of the interventions that you have seen being most impactful, where, you know, if there was a blank checkbook that you would say, these are the ones that we must scale? Can you share some of those?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be happy to, because we need also inspiration in the world we are in to show a way on how we can still improve the lives of children. But let me say first that what we've learned in all our interventions, that if you want to be impactful and successful, you need a combination of early investment, very much an investment in the national systems, and inclusive partnerships. And that's the only way really you can get some results at scale and sustainable. And in doing so, you reduce actually the reliance on ODA that we mentioned earlier as a key element in our narrative when we want to bring the public on our side. Let me share with you maybe a few examples. One is the Gavi Alliance. I think many of you know the Gavi Alliance, very much focusing on delivery of vaccine for children. We saw over the years the Gavi Alliance moving from just the provision of vaccines to the strengthening of health systems. And thanks to that, we manage now to actually vaccinate children in a sustained way, in a regular way, not moving away from the campaigns of vaccinations we were supporting in the past to systems which are much more sustainable. So it combines external international financing with also the investment from the countries into their national systems. Another example I will give is, it was mentioned earlier, is the Nutrition for Growth program, which again brings some international partners, whether they come from the public or the private sector, and together with actions or with what communities do themselves to improve the nutrition of their children. And very often it's multisectoral. It's not due only to one intervention. We have also examples coming from Brazil or Kenya on the cash transfer programs, which are getting increasingly interesting and impactful if they are linked to other type of sectoral interventions. Because through these programs, you can really improve access to education, get better nutrition for the children, and get them also better protected. Another example would be what we do in terms of promoting digital education through learning passports. So these are examples of what we do. Again, the key is to go through the national policies, the national systems, and embed also children's rights and children's needs as part of the national budget. So these are a bit examples. Again, we need to move away from little fragmented projects and to look for scale and impact. And the only way to do so is really to invest in the national capacities, national systems, and supporting national policy reforms and budgeting for children. Thank you.
Thank you. And it strikes me that if in this moment that people are terming a crisis in global development, if we don't finally get serious, that we have to be investing in country-led development, we have to be supporting country capacity, not external players, then we really will have failed in this moment. Jean-Sébastien, I promise I didn't write this question, but I was suggested this question by colleagues at PPF. But I'm conscious that G7 is fast approaching us, but with a wider frame of thinking about, we are heading towards the benchmark of 2030, which we always set as a collective moment when we would be measuring the Sustainable Development Goals progress. You know, I'm curious what you see as the most urgent priorities within that child well-being frame, and then how do we keep those at the centre of global policy making in the coming years? It's a challenging moment, so curious what you see as an opportunity for France.
Merci, merci. Je vais là aussi parler en français.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I'm going to answer in French. As you say, France will head the G7 next year. It's a huge responsibility, but this will also be an opportunity, especially against the backdrop of such difficult issues as the 2030 deadline. We have talked a lot about innovation. We have said a lot about country-led solutions. We have said that we needed to have new partnerships, and these are issues, these are outcomes that will be at the heart of the French presidency of G7. As to which sector is the most important, well, I would say it's extremely difficult to answer. Acting for children means having a holistic and integrated approach. I started my career in Cambodia. I worked with young children in state-sponsored orphanages. This brings us back 2002, 2003, years after the Paris Agreement. And these were children whose parents had died during the genocide. What they needed was education, they needed health, they needed clothes, they needed to be with people who would take care of them. Out of all those priorities, I think it would have been impossible to pick one. Based on this experience, I realized that we have no choice but succeeding. We must turn this into a success, and this is the reason why I'm here today.
Thank you so much. And I think this question of the holistic child has to be at the centre of this. Valerie, you asked this question of how many in this room have children or are aspiring to have children. And I think that we all know in dealing with a child, it's very seldom that, you know, that you're only dealing with one need of that child, right? So why would we imagine that then when we come to the policy making space that we can segregate out one from another? I have the very confused messages of this clock tells me we have 3 minutes to go and this clock tells me we have 10 minutes over. So I want to be respectful of there's surely more people outside the room and our panel no doubt have other places that they have to go. I just want to extend a huge thank you to the panel. I think this conversation and the dedication of this audience to come to a conversation on child well-being when there are many other panels on very compelling topics. But it does feel like this needs to be front and centre of our minds as we think about the design of a finance system, as we think about the design of new coalitions. In speaking to a colleague actually from Gates earlier in the week who had come from a meeting in Italy, much more focused on the role of faith communities in driving a peace and security agenda, the meeting closed with faith leaders handing over to children the promises that they were making around their actions as faith communities to drive forward a peace and security agenda. And in turn, those children handed it over to heads of state. And I think this is the question of how we are placing children at the centre and ensuring that we live up to those promises. So I look forward to working with many of you on this agenda on child wellbeing and to supporting the leadership that you, your governments, your agencies are really executing in this moment. So thank you, and thank you to the audience for your attention.
The Paris Peace Forum was built in 2018 with the idea that global collaboration can be reinvented from the bottom up, and that impactful solutions already exist out there. And unfortunately, some of those solutions fall short in achieving their objective and having a systemic change in global governance. And that's where the Scale Up program comes in.
Every year, we have a call for solutions from which 60 projects are showcased at our annual event at the Paris Peace Forum. Out of those projects, we have 10 projects that are selected by a jury to benefit from the year of Scale Up support. We try to help them determine the objectives that they want to change within that 1 year with the mentors.
Le rôle d'un mentor est celui de, disons, aider à rester concentré, de dire la vérité, de créer et de faciliter des connexions, des relations, et de donner des conseils.
Often the hardest part is to not just get in the room, but to know how to, who to talk to and what things and issues matter to the people you're engaging with. So our mentors were really helpful across all those things.
What was more rewarding is to see that we were able to take the SCUP project from point A to point B, supporting the growth of the project, identifying the blind spots, and helping the project leaders to make significant progress over the course of 1 year.
The Scale program has 3 pillars. So firstly, we have the mentorship, where each project is paired up with 2 high-level experts, the capacity building workshops every month, and a support from the Paris Peace Forum Secretariat.
The types of projects are very diverse and they come from all over the world.
The first day that the war in Ukraine started, we put all our regular activity on hold and we started building the digital infrastructure that was needed by the refugees coming into Romania.
Josia est un programme pour sauvegarder le patrimoine en situation d'urgence. Faire partie du Scale Up programme nous a permis de réaliser à quel point nous agissons pour la paix.
Empatia is a project that promotes the use of AI to solve public issues such as health, development, or climate change.
The purpose of the initiative is to create collaboration on environmental issues across the India-Pakistan border on issues like air pollution, water usage, and sustainable agriculture.
The Scale Up program is an accelerator of global governance solutions. We aim to help project teams be better equipped to influence and challenge governance, and ultimately help them amplify their impact and their reach.
Being recognised for the work we were trying to do to make change globally out of Africa and out of the global south was part of what the Scale Up Award meant for us.
We've had a phenomenal year throughout the SCUP program, and I think the secret to kind of growing and scaling impact is collaboration.
To both project leaders and to experts, we ask them, please join us and get involved with the Scale program.
Well, a warm welcome on my behalf, on my panelists' behalf, to this panel discussion on the China factor. I'm very thankful to the Paris Peace Forum for convening, I think it's the only dedicated China-specific discussion in these 2 days. So it's a great pleasure. We've heard speaking about China in various panels and discussions, for instance, in the Bridgetown to Accra discussion, or this morning among the 3 European ministers there was discussion on China. So it's great that we can focus on China now, and it's great to see so much interest here. My name is Markus Hermann Chen. I'm a Swiss-Chinese China analyst. I'm also the strategic advisor Europe for Caixin Media, China's leading financial media group, and a proud partner of the Paris Peace Forum. And it's in this capacity that I have the pleasure to moderate today's discussion. In terms of logistics, I want to remind you that we are live streamed in English right now. So also a warm welcome to everyone who's joining us digitally this discussion today afternoon. I'm also planning, and unless the dynamics are very special, but I'm really planning to have to take questions from you. I want you to get involved so you can raise questions to our distinguished panelists. We have, as a context, many factors that you've heard in many discussions, so I will skip them. I'll leave them analytically then also to my panelists. Maybe just the most recent one was very early this morning, when you have seen that President Xi and President Trump, they've been meeting, and President Trump was so bold to give a press to interact with the press during a flight, a bumpy flight. We've seen in the video, if you had time to look at that. I would like to now introduce my 4 panelists. I'll start with to my right, President of the Paris Peace Forum, obviously very known, Angel Gurria. Previously Secretary General of OECD, but also Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Finance of Mexico. And then to his right, we have Maha Aziz, International Relations Professor in Global Risk at New York University, and also co-chair in AI policy at the Digital Economist. Warm welcome. And then to the right side of Maha, we have Sergei Radchenko, Wilson E. Schmidt, Distinguished Professor, School of Advanced International Studies, SAIS, at Johns Hopkins University in DC in the US. Warm welcome. And then finally, lastly, we have Yuan Jiakai, flown in from Hong Kong, where he's based, Executive Director for the Finance Center for South-South Cooperation, and civil society practitioner with very international networks and a long-lasting relationship also with the Paris Peace Forum. So very warm welcome. I have one thing last thing I want to mention. I will ask my panelists first to talk a little bit about the context that we're in before then zooming into China. I think it's better embeds the analysis that my panelists have on China, and I would like to start with President Gurria with the first question. How do you characterize today's evolving international relations context in view of global governance and collaboration? Do we already have multipolar conditions? How are these coalitions shifting? Please, President.
Well, the international system is undergoing its most profound transformation since the end of the Cold War. The unipolar era was dominated by the United States, and then by a Western-led alliance and Western values, if you will. But right now, power is dispersed among, yes, the United States, which continues to be one of the leading powers, but also China, India, the European Union, but also emerging regional characters or emerging regional coalitions. And it used to be that the UN dominated and the IMF had something to do with things financial, and the OECD, which I led during 15 years, used to tell everybody what they should be doing. But they are rebalanced today by, for example, the BRICS. That's a reality. The US dollar, by the way, used to represent about 75% or 80% of the deals in the world. Now it represents maybe 60, moving into 50%. So there's more balance there. The African Union, MICTA, of course, where Mexico, it starts with Mexico, and Indonesia, and Korea, and Turkey, and Australia. So this diffusion of power is good, but it creates it creates many complications to have a consensus. And global challenges like climate, it took, I think, 4 years or something like that to achieve the treaty on health, recently terminated or recently finished. But it does not have operational clauses. So we still have to work on that. And it was very, very difficult. Technology, inequality, all require cooperation, but they require cooperation, but it's more and more difficult to get that kind of cooperation. Now, the task ahead is not to resist multipolarity, but how do we make the best of it? How do we make the best out of it? So how do we shape it? And how do we ensure that this multipolarity evolves towards an open, predictable, cooperative order that strengthens global order and governance rather than fragmented, rather than become a mess?
Thank you, President Correa. I think I hear it's not a state of multipolarity, but it's a state of shaping towards multipolarity and needs to be done constructively. Let's go straight into a Chinese perspective. I would like to ask Yuan Jiakai. The Chinese Communist Party just concluded its 4th plenum, and they are just ahead of the 15th five-year plan, 2026 until 2030. How much is China, in fact, absorbed by its domestic challenges and domestic development priorities? Or how does China look at this global context?
Thank you. I think for Chinese, our way of doing things are very consistent. That's why, I mean, we can actually have a 5-year development plan, and this is the 15th version of the development plan. And going back to your question on China's challenges, I would say excessive production, insufficient domestic consumption, and our demographic is shifting. We're aging very quickly, and I mean, all these challenges, I think it will take China many years to figure out, I mean, how to deal with them. So I would say the external environment is changing so rapidly. Even though, I mean, today, as you said, we had the positive meeting between President Xi and President Trump. But I looked at the stock market. Apparently, the stock market is not reflecting the positiveness.
Chinese stock market or
globally? I would say, I mean, investors in general still cautious because I mean, something agreed today might change the next day, and I think over the if I remember correctly, today's meeting is the first meeting in 6 years between President Xi and President Trump. So I think China has learned to be patient and really, instead of sort of constantly reacting to the changing world, I mean, I think China's sort of kind of priorities can be better achieved by focusing on the self, because we do have a lot of challenges to deal with.
Thank you, Zhao Kai. So consistency and focus that you describe in how Chinese policymakers need to primarily focus on the domestic side. If we now switch to Maha, and let's zoom out a little bit from China and just benefit from your global risk lens. How do you view the evolving IR context and these new coalitions? Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. So, of course, some of what I'm saying overlaps with what the other speakers have said, but definitely there's no question that there has been a decline in U.S. hegemony, steady challenges to its geopolitical, political, economic, and social power around the world. In fact, at NYU and with some external research partners, we've tried to track the intensity in terms of the challenges to U.S. hegemony in a post-Cold War hegemonic index. You know, as you can imagine, the challenges escalated with September 11, the global financial crisis, Trump 1.0, and so forth. I think that while there is value in looking at the world through the lens of multipolarity, and recognizing also that prior to the pandemic, many of us were simply saying the world in 2020s would be defined by bipolarity, US versus China, tech Cold War. A lot has changed, perhaps since the pandemic. It does seem insufficient to simply look at the world through a multipolar and bipolar lens. Perhaps it's becoming more polycentric, where you have multiple state actors, including smaller states, and non-state actors who are driving global change. I know we've put the pandemic behind us, but if you recall, in that first year of the pandemic, many of us felt incredible frustration about the big powers and big institutions for failing to tackle the situation. And we did see other types of actors step up, whether it was tech leaders, local civil society leaders, CEOs. Similarly with Ukraine, we saw that tech leaders, in a way, were acting like diplomats for their own countries. Elon Musk, everyone is aware of him, of course. He offered satellite internet to Ukraine, changing the nature of the war, just as Microsoft approached the government days before the invasion to move their data to the cloud. Again, tech leaders acting like diplomats of their own countries. And even AI diplomacy, if you look around the world, it's not just about US and China. You see countries, smaller states like the UAE, engage in AI diplomacy with respect to, you know, acting like an AI hub for the global south. And I think this is positive. So it's not just about the US and China. There are other drivers of global change, and I think this is ultimately positive for us. It could be that this is leading towards an era of empowerment for more actors, and I think that's very positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Maha. So if I understand it correctly, polycentricity means it's a broader framework that shows that there's more actors involved than just multipolarity. It would also just pick up on how you reacted to the question. I think it would also be a surprise to go so fast into multipolarity just within so little time. I think that's why we need this analytical conceptualization of what we are in. I think it's important. So thank you very much. If we go to Sergey, and we need to benefit also from your expertise specifically in the Cold War that you have been studying for a long time, I want to ask you also, how would you characterize today's international relations context? How is it different from the Cold War? And what did you learn from analyzing the Cold War that can help us better anticipate what we are in this process and where this is going? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Marcus. It's good that you left the historian for the last, because the historians tend to say the most outrageous things. So there's a great debate at the moment between historians and political scientists as to whether the moment we are in today is similar to the Cold War. Is it another Cold War? Is it something like that, or is it something completely different? People who say that it's very different say, well, no, the world is much more interconnected today. It's much more interconnected during the Cold War. Therefore, there's a greater interdependency between different parts of the world and between the key actors. That's different from the Cold War. They also say that today China's ideological menace, shall we say, is not on the same order of magnitude like what the Soviets posed to the West, what the Soviets posed to the United States. And so some people will say, no, it's a different world, and we should not use the same conceptions like the Cold War to talk about the moment we're living in today. We're just not reliving the same history. However, there are also certain continuities. Today we have a comprehensive global competition between China and the United States. It's an economic competition, it is a technological competition, it is a military competition. That is very similar to the Cold War. A direct conflict between these two powers, a direct war, is something verging on the unthinkable because of nuclear weapons, because of other forms of technology. Therefore, there's greater resort to proxy conflicts, and that too is rather similar to the Cold War. So there are similarities and differences. Fundamentally, I would say that when we have the United States and China that are engaged in a strategic competition that will change and determine the face of the 21st century, that I think is somewhat similar to the way that the strategic competition between the Soviet Union and the United States played out during the Cold War. So I'm more for similarities than for differences. Now, then the next question, in this case, well, what do you propose? How do you handle this situation? And the scary word that comes to mind is called containment. And you will say, well, wait a second. What are you talking about? That's, wouldn't it be better to have win-win cooperation? And I will say, yes, of course. You can have win-win cooperation on some distinct issues, like, for example, climate change. Or, for example, China and the United States can at least come to an agreement not to nuke one another. That would be very helpful. Perhaps even arms control. That's not on the cards yet. They can cooperate in tackling global pandemics, although recent experience suggests that this might be very, very difficult. Fundamentally, however, we will have difficulties because strategic competition in itself suggests that there is no win-win cooperation fundamentally in this. It's sort of like the Chinese saying, you cannot have two tigers live on one mountain, right? You know this Chinese saying, of course. Yes, there are many other Chinese sayings that suggest the same thing, and so it becomes very, very difficult under those conditions to attain this bright world that we all would like to see. And the question then becomes, well, what do you propose? Containment, is that bad? Yes, there are different forms in containment. There's a militarized containment that we saw during the Cold War that led to crises, showdowns like we had on the Cuban Missile Crisis in the late 1950s, early 1960s. That was very bad, and I hope we don't have to live through that moment again. But there are also other forms, such as the more milder forms, such as we had during the Détente period between the Soviet Union and the United States in the 1970s, when the two powers actually were able to cooperate on key issues while even pursuing their strategic interests. So I'm fundamentally a realist. That's why I'm at the Henry Kissinger Center for Global Affairs, and I see, and I see that we're facing problems as we face the future. I think it's useful to be realistic about where we're heading.
Thank you, Sergei. If you keep the microphone, I want to press you still on one label, because we heard shaping multipolarity, we heard polycentricity, and then we heard also the Chinese view of focusing on domestic, and I extrapolate from there, Jakai is hoping for a favorable external environment. What label do you put on the international relations setting right now? What is it?
Well, it depends on where you sit, right? For example, if you sit somewhere in the global south, you will say, yes, it's a multipolar world, everybody's happy, you know, there's greater diffusion of power, and that is good for everyone. And perhaps you might even say that there's greater diffusion of power than we had during the Cold War, when the system was, at least in part, bipolar system. And so you could say that this is a major point of difference between the Cold War and now. If you are sitting in China, and I would think probably have to refer to Jakai on this, but I think from China's perspective, it's more of a Sino-American world. Those are the two great powers, and everybody else is supposed to defer to them. I think that's how they think about the world. And as for the United States, well, you know how the United States thinks about the world. It is basically, the 21st century is going to be about the United States in China. This is how it's going to play out. The rest of you guys, good luck to you, but you will have to figure it out.
Great. Thank you for these clarifications. Let's go to a second round. And as I was saying, let's now zoom in closer to China against the context that we've discussed. First question I want to throw to President Correa is on China. Against the IR context you have described, how do you see China's rise and its ambitions? What does China want? What can it give? And how will the world accommodate that?
China's rise is reshaping the international order. That's a reality. The fact that Xi and Trump signed, what they signed, not many people, because it just happened today, Korea time, but they signed something that, an agreement that defers for 1 year the ban on rare earths. No, this for 1 year. So where does that leave us? In 6 months' time, we'll start thinking about the renewal or not the renewal, and therefore the big problem. But it's a beginning, and it's good, because it avoided a number of other things, which including the fact that the U.S. was absolutely ready to jack up the tariffs on everything else. Now, what became as an economic transformation has become a broader strategic project. It's economic and it's technological, and yes, it's geopolitical. And of course, we agreed that China was one of the multipolars right now. But with multipolar comes multipower. And therefore, China is exerting its muscle, exerting its multipower. The fact that it's multipolar has some consequences, which we are seeing now. And the problem that some people don't like the fact that the multipolarity is expressing and extending its muscles and flexing its muscles, etc. Now, I have to say, Belt and Road, for example. Now, the Belt and Road made huge inroads into Africa, into Latin America, into Asia, etc. Now, the problem is we've had about 10 years of Belt and Road or something like that. And the problem is that now there are 150 billion of debts of the developing world to China. And the problem is that sometimes China is, owning the infrastructure or the facilities because the country, the local country, could not pay it. So people are interpreting this as, you know, Belt and Road verboten. But the problem is, how do you deal with it? Because, again, debt is like a loaded gun, yes, but you could use it to shoot the thieves out of your house, or you could use it to shoot yourself, or, you know, so the question is, how do you use it best? How do you use it better? The world must, therefore, you know, without too many expectations, welcome China's rise. I think the world, in a way, it's inevitable that China is up and coming. But the fact is not if China will lead. But the question is, how will China lead? How will China exert its power? How will China flex its muscles? How? And again, you know, the multipolar world has to, we agreed that we're in a kind of transition, not necessarily already there, and therefore the question is, how do you shape the fact that one of two, because the other one is, as Mr. Radchenko said, the United States, one of two has already established its values, flexed its muscles, etc., etc., etc. But the other one is kind of trying, but the first one is trying to avoid it. This is what is causing the tension, and this is what is causing the problems today. So the answer to that tension, the answer is you know, whether multipolarity becomes a source of collaboration, or, unfortunately, a contest for dominance.
Thank you, President Correa. So you said we have to welcome it, but we have to watch the how. You put a lot of emphasis. I just want to pick up two quick thoughts. I think on the debt. I mean, debt can be an expression of very smart investments. Debt is just, it is an agency that you take. And the second point I want to link what you have said, we heard it yesterday in the panel with Cesar Amorim, the Brazilian colleague. I'm quoting him, he said he thinks that effective multilateralism, the underlying power structure is actually multipolarity. He said it in the public panel yesterday. I thought it was interesting to link that to your comment. Please.
The problem is that there are 150 billion now of debts to China. Now, we used to have, those of us who had to distribute or redirect or renegotiate our debts. We used to go first to the Paris Club. And the Paris Club used to be made of all the export-import agencies of the developed countries in the world. But now, without China, You cannot go to the Paris Club because it doesn't make any sense. Because you would leave out billions and billions and billions, hundreds of billions perhaps, of debts that would not be incorporated. So just an example, a little bit of an example of how the world has changed.
Thank you for nuancing this thought on the debt. Let's go to Jiakai, Yuan Jiakai. China has been proposing a variety of global initiatives: global governance initiative, global security initiative, global development initiative, global civilization initiative. How is China pursuing influence in global governance versus building its own coalitions right now, in your view?
Thank you. First of all, I want to go back to like the no two tigers in one mountain saying. I think that the challenge China is facing right now is being the second largest economy. It doesn't matter what you do, you just cannot be ignored, right? I mean, some people are going to like you, some people are not going to like you. So I think that's the one challenge that China is facing right now. And the second challenge is the past 40 years, I mean, our economic growth had a lot to do with our bilateral relationship with the US. But now the world is shifting. And I think China is learning, to make more friends. I think these are sort of in my perspective as a Chinese, I mean, that's how I see the sort of the fundamentals. Going back to global governance, because I'm from the civil society, I just wanted to share a little bit about sort of the civil society community in China and also overseas. In 2008, it was really the beginning of China allowing foundations to be established. Usually we see that as the sort of starting of the civil society in China. And now we have about 10,000 foundations in China. But one observation that I have is a lot of the Chinese philanthropy tends to be very regional. So if a company is in one province, then usually it would only give money to this province versus elsewhere. Mm-hmm. I think that explains a bit about Chinese sort of a traditional mindset. Historically, we're a inward-looking country. We're not a very outward-looking country. But in recent years, I think things are changing a little bit. Because I think that has to do with a lot of Chinese companies going overseas. And the real example that I can share today is we're working actually with one of the largest Chinese construction machinery company. And now 50% plus of its revenue actually comes from outside of China. And in Indonesia, it has 2,000 employees. Mm. So when Chinese companies start to generate significant revenue from outside China, then, you would imagine, these Chinese companies would have to be part of the global community and think about how to contribute back to local communities. So right now, we're actually working with this Chinese company and also in partnership with OECD. And we are thinking how this Chinese company can address the youth employment challenge in Africa through vocational training. So my observation is this is really the first wave of Chinese private enterprises entering the global governance conversation. I completely agree. A lot of things, my peer Palaz just said about Belt and Road, but those are government actions. But I think when you have more and more different stakeholders into this global governance conversation, I think it becomes a much more balanced situation.
Great. Thank you for giving it this twist and showing a completely different example of where China is engaging and how it is expanding. Let's go to Maha and link to polycentricity. We talked about it earlier. If you can take this concept and say, how are interactions from countries or regions or smaller regions towards China? And maybe you can apply it into the AI policy, which is a field that you know best.
Sure. I think, as everyone knows, countries are racing to develop their AI capability. And I think in that haste, they may start to develop AI infrastructure dependencies, including on countries like China. As you know, China has been engaged in a digital Silk Road for many years, and it could be that while traditional foreign aid is drying up, we are now entering an era of new aid dependencies, specifically focused on AI. In our work at NYU, we've tried to track AI as aid, as a form of aid, in terms of infrastructure, and China is number one. China has been number one, certainly in the last year, in terms of hardware and network development. But it creates dependency risks. The AI that's being passed on is single vendor ecosystems. The recipient nations have limited control of the models, and it is concerning to what extent that will that lead to more aid dependencies, but just more focused on AI. So just something to keep in mind.
Great, thank you, Maha. Going to Sergey, what is the role of the Sino-Russian relationship? That's your second big research topic in today's evolving world order. What does it say about how developing and developed countries should look at China? Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Marcus. That's a difficult question, I have to say. We'll start by saying that China and Russia appear to share a vision of the world order. I would say that they want the United States mainly unseated from its glorious perch in the world order. Beyond that, I think there's limited scope there for an alignment of views. It is true that China and Russia want a world order where their regimes are secure, are safe and secure. But whereas Russia, for example, likes to export its model of corrupt kleptocracy to other countries, China does nothing like that. China is not interested in exporting its model of governance. It's one example where their views do not necessarily coincide. Whereas China, as I mentioned, sees the world as basically a Sino-American world where the two great powers contend for power and influence. Russia would prefer to see a multipolar world of which it is a pole. Unfortunately, it probably doesn't really have, Russia always has greater ambition than it has the means. Yeah. So in the struggle of tigers, Russia is a cat, and so China sort of takes it for granted. So there's a bit of a problem there. But, you know, China and Russia have complementary economies. Now, that is where you see real cooperation. It's not going away. They are not competing in any shape or form in economic terms. And they've also learned something from their difficult history, because historically, those are two countries that actually, in living memory, had a war. They had a border war. They nearly, you know, the Russians were thinking of carrying out a nuclear strike against China if you go back to 1969. So they've learned that it's better for neighbors like that to live in you know, with reasonable accommodation and concern for each other's interests, because if they do have a split, then third parties, i.e. the United States, will take advantage of this. They're even, I mean, the United States is trying to drive a wedge between them. If you go to Washington, you know, every second taxi driver is a Kissinger who's trying to split China and Russia. But it's not, you know, it's not working at the moment, because I think they understand that this good, positive relationship isn't to their benefit. Now, what can other countries learn from this? I think they can learn the following: that China does one thing very well. It looks after its own interests. It does it better than many others. And, but it does it, you know, it does it in a kind of unassuming fashion. You look, you know, this relationship between a tiger and a cat, the Chinese are really not sometimes they drive hard bargain economically, like Power of Siberia 2 is one example of that. But generally speaking, they defer to Russia, and they give Russia a certain strategic space and certain respect. The Russians save their face, so to speak, to misuse a Chinese phrase. And so I think that's good for the relationship.
Thank you, Sergey, for your analysis. Sorry, I should have pre-announced it, but we would like to take now one or two questions, depending. Okay, we have one question here and the second in the back. If we have these two questions, and let's take them together, and you can also say whom you're addressing your question to. Is there a microphone in the room? Yes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Dylan Carlson. I work at International Crisis Group. I have a more general question. We've looked at China primarily here in this panel as an economic and technological power. And I'm wondering, when you oppose China and the US has also not only claimed the privileges of being a superpower, but also taken up the responsibilities of being a superpower over the past 70 years. And my question is, at what point will China begin also taking up the responsibilities of being a superpower, not just in the economic and technological spheres, but also in peace and security, beyond its kind of neighborhood or closer neighborhood? Thank you.
Thank you for the first question. We also get the second question.
Hi, the question is for Mr. Rodchenko. You spoke about how China does not want to export its model of governance, or at least much less than the USSR. I'm wondering if you think that this detail, it seems, is often forgotten in analysis where they compare the situation we're living in now with the Cold War, and if kind of bypassing this I think important aspect that it's not the same situation has any dangerous effects on how policymakers will see this and interpret it and then act on the situation.
Thank you for the second question. Sergei, do you want to take the second first, and then we will discuss who wants to comment the first one, please.
But I really also wanted to comment on the first one, but very briefly.
You can be one of those who comment on the first one. Yes.
Okay, I will very briefly to this. I know, yes, this aspect is often neglected, but I did not neglect it in my comments. Is that this is a difference with the Cold War. I mean, history. When we go back to history and we look for lessons to enlighten us today, sometimes we tend to import ideas and analogies that simply don't work. History is very, very complicated, and if you want to justify your actions today by finding something in history, you can do it for any action, whether it's engagement, appeasement, confrontation, containment. You'll find lots of examples in history. So yes, it's different, but I also pointed in my comments to some similarities between the Cold War and today.
Thanks. If I just paraphrase the first question, I think there was a question of how China is a big country. In Chinese, I would say 大国, as a big country, superpower. How does China see itself? And the second one, second prong of it is, what are dimensions where China is or wants to contribute to global goods, like and beyond the region? Who would like to comment this question? Yes, President Correa, and then Jakai, and then yes. Oh, so everyone a brief comment. Thank you.
Well. It's about responsibility of being big. And I believe that it comes with a job, in a way, that you grow into it because of unexpected consequences. Because suddenly, you're owed 150 billion from practically every single developing country in the world. Or you are the main trading partner of 120 countries in the world, including all of South America. That has consequences. And it also forces you to be consequential with your own behavior. So my impression is that responsibility grows. The United States was not necessarily responsible at the very beginning for all that it did, but it now has become much, even with Mr. Trump, I have to say, it has become much more consequential in terms of looking at the consequences of its own actions. And I have to say, if one sees temperance and if one sees moderation, even with Mr. Trump, it has to do with the fact that the United States is acting consequentially.
Thank you, President Correa. I was planning to have a closing round, but let's combine. My closing question would have been, where do you hope China to engage? What's a global issue? So if you can just add one word, and then this is then your closing word, and we go to each speaker. You can comment the first question, but also give this one keyword. Where do you want China to be engaged? One global challenge.
I hope that they continue to engage with the United States and that they perfect the instruments and that, again, they are responsible for their own actions, and therefore they take a look at what they have agreed, because right now it looks like China is more passive, whether, we know it's not, but it looks like the United States is the one that is being more active in proposing.
Thank you.
Just going back to the earlier question, I think, of course, China is a tech and economic power, but it's worth acknowledging that China has funded leadership schools in Africa, from what I've been told, to educate people there about their particular ideology. In the same way that the US, at least in the past, pre-Trump era, did engage in democracy promotion around the world. So I think it's interesting to bring that up. And second, I would say that China is, it seems, wanting to be peacemaker. I mean, I know it didn't work out, but it did put forth a peace accord, a list of peace recommendations for Ukraine, and I think that's significant. In terms of the key issue that China should be involved with, I'm super concerned about AI unemployment. I know that everyone is talking about it. Just today, they announced more layoffs at major US companies, but we're not appreciating the psychological toll that this will take, and this will lead to unrest in many countries. I'd love to see a global AI workforce compact that protects the worker and potentially involves a big power like China, because otherwise we are heading for a very a period of heightened unrest as the years go on with AI unemployment.
Thank you, Maha. Sergey?
So I think that China is a tiger that behaves like a cat, and nowhere is it more clear than the conflict in Ukraine. I think if China wants to be respected as a global power, as a superpower, it must do much, much more to contribute to the resolution of this conflict. What they're doing is not nearly enough. It's not nearly enough, and it shows that China simply doesn't know how to do that, doesn't know, or maybe doesn't want to. So one word is Ukraine.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, I think even though China is the second largest economy in the world, but China is still, at least according to our own standard, we're still a developing country, right? I mean, if you divide our GDP by the number of people that we have, I mean, there's still a lot of things that have to be fixed. So I think that's number one. Number two is I hope people here realize that when the number one GDP or economy is focusing on you for the past 6 or 7 years, life is not easy, right? So I think how to deal with this shift is taking a lot of China's energy and also attention. So I did two things, but I totally agree that even with all the Chinese, our own challenges, and also dealing with the ongoing tension between China and US, China should be more active. I mean, engaging global governance conversations, totally, as President said that, I mean, power comes with responsibility. I totally agree with that. One area I really hope China can be active in is keep higher education exchange open. Because I think the world is becoming more and more difficult. The last thing we want is not letting young people, I mean, talk to each other.
Thank you, Jacques. So this brings us to the end of our time. Thank you very much to the Paris Peace Forum for curating this discussion. And please join me in applauding my panelists. Thank you.